So, once again, I want to welcome you to the Southern Drag Boat Association Showdown in San Angelo. We're excited to be here. Had a big concert last night, some live music here at the Cantina. Everybody had a really good time. We had a baptism yesterday. That was amazing. Chapel service this morning. It's been a good weekend all the way around. Couple of things. First off, just so you know, we are going to fire off with Top Fuel Hydro this morning. We got 2 of them getting in the lanes right now. They're already splashed. We're ready to start moving them toward the in-ramp. We're going to get this program going with some Top Fuel Hydro action. So if you're close enough to get to the water and watch that, you're going to want to be here. I want to take just a minute and thank our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here for the showdown in San Angelo. I want to thank Racers Emergency Support Program, WCR Construction, DMPE Awnings, RJS Racing Equipment, Fathead Eyewear, Sunoco Race Fuels, Extreme Racing Oil and Fuel, Racer H2O, Nitro 2 Outlet, RacerDirect.com, RacingJunk.com, Marty Logan's House of Color Motorsports, Trinity Racing Ministries, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Diesel Signs and Displays, Spring Creek Marina, Superior Audio, Cookers for Christ, Walls Tractor, Extreme Oil, Petro Communications, and Precision Construction. And can't forget Hawkins Golf Carts and Batteries. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the showdown in San Angelo, and we're super proud to have those guys on board. We're going to put on a heck of a show for you. We got a field of about 86 boats, I believe, is what I remember from yesterday. And today, like I said earlier, we did our qualifying yesterday. We ran 3 rounds of qualifying. We got all that taken care of. The ladders are built, the pairs are set, and now it's time to get down to business. We're going to start eliminating boats and sending people home. All right, so I was just notified that we are planning on doing a second chance buyback, racers. So just so you know, if you are eliminated in the first round, we will call you back shortly after that, and we are going to do a second chance. You can buy back in at the ramp, get back on the water, have another opportunity to see if you got what you think you got. Maybe you just had some bad luck in the morning. Maybe something just didn't work exactly right, and you think you can still fix it. Whatever it is, either way, you can come back out, have another opportunity to make this thing run. Stock Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Eliminator, you're on deck, grab your gear. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator at the in-ramp. Personal watercraft, you guys should already be there. Modified Eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. We're going to fire this thing off with Top Fuel Hydro. We got Tyler Spear. We got Kevin Kinsley. Liquid Voodoo and Shockwave set to face off in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 131 is Tyler Spear. Driving for Bob and Sue Montgomery in a boat they call Shockwave out of Woodstock, Georgia. Sponsored by Ellison, BAE 500, or it is an Ellison with a BAE 500, sorry. Sponsored by Pittsford Oil. Timbercraft Whiskey, Don Wild Racecraft, Pro Boat, Headman Hustler Headers, and GK Spark Plugs. VP Racing Fuels, Red Horse Fittings, XS Batteries, Jet Tools, excuse me, RB Props, Current World ET record holder, that is Mr. Tyler Spear. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, right-hand lane, boat number 5050 is Kevin Kinsley. They call that boat Liquid Voodoo. Sponsored by RJ's Racer Direct, Fatheads Eyewear, Sunoco Race Fuels, PD's Performance Data Systems, Mencken Race Propellers, Kinsley Race Cars and Marine, Scott Palmer Racing, Racing Junk, Scrappers Racing, Cowboy Bob, Technicoat, WCR Construction, and Permit Innovations. All right, there's your pair. That's how it looks. We're going to start this thing off with our invocation. I'm going to ask Brother Mike to take care of that for us.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for just a beautiful morning, Lord. We thank you for watching over us and keeping us safe today, Lord. We thank you for the city of San Angelo and all the people from Spring Creek Marina that have poured into this race. Of course, the SDBA and all their volunteers and staff that set this course up. Watch over us, run the show, keep it going, make it possible. Lord, we thank you that we're in a country that's free. That's because of our military. Wherever they may be, Lord, you watch over them, keep them safe. Father, our first responders, our rescue teams here on the water, and first responders everywhere, you watch over them, keep them safe. Keep every spectator safe here today, Lord. Give us the wisdom and knowledge, your wisdom and knowledge, Lord, to stay hydrated, to stay out of the sun, and to take care of ourselves. Now, Lord, it's time to go racing, and I have those three requests. Father, we are looking for a loud day. Father, we're looking for that fast day. But above all, Lord, we are looking for a safe day. In Jesus' wonderful name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Marcella Hodges. I appreciate you. It is race time in San Angelo, Texas. And we got Top Fuel Hydro. Here we go. Top Fuel Hydro, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. I don't know what happened to Tyler Spear, but check this out. 8 thousandths of a second reaction time for Kevin Kinsley. He ran a 3:18 over 875, 249.87 miles per hour. And if I'm reading this here computer right, that is a record run right there. Broke the ET by 0605, and broke the mile per hour by 4.716. Kevin Kinsley and Liquid Voodoo putting on a show. I do not know what happened with Tyler Spear. Hopefully everything's all right down there. We'll see. He never started, never got off the line. But holy moly, what a way to start our program, ladies and gentlemen. If that's the way it's going to look at the beginning, I can't wait to see what it's going to look like at the far end. It's going to be one of those days. We just started the day with a 249-mile-an-hour pass, ladies and gents. Welcome to the show. That's all I can tell you. .318 with a 7. That's the run right there. I already did. I need truck and trailer for boat number 131 back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 131 back to the old emergency in-ramp, please. I need truck and trailer for boat number 131 back to the old emergency in-ramp, please. All right, now we're going to move into personal watercraft. Stock eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. The rest of the run order looks like this. After Mod and Pro Mod, then we're going to go top eliminator, Pro eliminator, quick eliminator, Pro Comp flat, Pro Outlaw, top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro, and then we're going to run second chance. So again, we will be doing a second chance buyback. If you get eliminated in the first round and you would like an opportunity to buy back in, you can buy back in and get your stuff done. All right, here we go. First up for personal watercraft. Lined up in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 1469. That is Colton Byler. On a ski he calls Stretch, dialed in at a 12.6. Comes in as your number 4 qualifier. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 476 is going to be Henry Rogers. He's driving for Steve Pruitt. They call that ski Hold My Beer and Watch This, or Hold My Beer. Bring me a beer and watch this. That's what it is. Thank you. Dialed in at a 10 and 99, sponsored by Hold My Beer and Watch This, Swan Pipeline Services, Big Dog Consulting Services, and Swan Transportation. And Henry Rogers comes in as your number 9 qualifier. I still can't get over that first run. Man, 5 seconds on the countdown. Colton Byler, Henry Rogers, first round and first run for personal watercraft. Here they come. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane, Henry Rogers. Bring me a beer and watch this. Dialed in at a 10.9, ran at 11.29 with an 46 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. But he got there 1.105 seconds faster. And Colton Byler dialed in at a 12.6, ran a 12.53 and broke out by 63 thousandths. Your winner going to be Henry Rogers moving to the next round. Once again, stock eliminator, you guys should already be at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, you guys are on deck. Grab your gear, make sure you got fuel. Put the plugs in the boat. Here we go, next pair for personal watercraft. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 357, Jacob Nodler. Calls the ski long time coming. Dialed in at a 13 flat. He's your number 3 qualifier. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Ona and Opa, Mike Sorensen, Carl Nichols, Gary Payne, Jim J., Chris Clay, Ellis County Barbecue, and everyone who's helped him along the way. And he's dedicating this season to his uncle, Tall Paul Bischoff. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller, making her very first appearance out here this weekend. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Smoke on the Water drag boat races. She got off the line in 56 thousandths of a second, ran a 13.35 with a 9 on a 13.4 dial-in, and broke out by 0.04 of a second. But Jacob Nodler broke out by 94 thousandths of a second, and it was too much. He ran a 12.9 on a 13. Tough luck for Jacob Nodler. But Radley Miller, on her very first race, takes a win in the first round, and she'll be going to the second round. We'll see how that works out for her. Your next pair of personal watercraft in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 238S. That is Shelby Hudgens, driving for Jay Hudgens in a ski they call Catch Me If You Can. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 762 is Delaney Head, driving for John Nodler. They call that ski Head Start, dialed in at a 12.9, thanks to neighbor John and family. Winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. In the Superior Audio Sounds left-hand lane, Shelby Hudgens moving to the next round. Both racers broke out. Delaney Head turned it red at the start line, though, with a 35 hundredths of a second. And that'll do it. The damage was done. Shelby Hudgens moving to the next round. Here comes our next pair of personal watercraft in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 412K is Addison Lees. Calls that boat Fire Starter. Driving for Chris Lees, dialed in at a 12.2 and sponsored by D&B Docks, Mama and Papa Lees, Mama and Papa Hassan, Bill and Sandy Green, Cooper Thompson, V-Team, and running in loving memory of my beautiful Aunt Donna Lees. Special thanks to Kate for the vehicle. We couldn't have done it without you. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, Angelo Shaw calls her boat Being Bad. Driving for Sam Shaw, they're dialed in at a 13.5. Thanks to Mom and Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. Uh-oh. Your winner going to be Angelo Shaw. I wondered what happened. She kind of shut down right here at half track, and then she, I think she realized she was out way too fast. She backed off of it, ended up running a 19.72, but it got the job done. I think she knew Addison was going to break out, because she did, by 8 thousandths of a second. It was tricky, but she made it work. And Angelo Shaw is going to be your winner moving to the next round. Hey, guys, just a quick announcement. Pro Outlaw, you guys' ladder has changed. It is posted on the back of the trailer. It is also on the app, but double check your ladder. Pro Outlaw, your ladder has changed. And I believe, well, maybe not. Anyways, oh, I know what's happening. Taking his bye run is going to be Brandon Lampard. He's in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 117. They call that one Megalodon. Dialed in at a 14.55. He was your number one qualifier. Taking a bye run into the second round. All right, Pro Mod. Modified Eliminator, go ahead and bring him to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, bring him to the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, start warming them up, get ready. Top Eliminator, grab your gear, you're on deck. Modified Eliminator, bring him to the in-ramp. Pro Mod, start warming them up. Top Eliminator, grab your gear and get ready. Here comes Brendan Lampard. I haven't had an opportunity yet, but let me welcome all the folks out there in Racer H2O. Just wanted to say welcome. I'll talk about that a little bit more in just a moment, but your winner, obviously, going to be Brendan Lampard. Moving to the next round. He turned it red by 49 thousandths of a second. He'll need to pay attention. Racer H2O live streaming all of our events this season on the World Wide Web, and we appreciate them very much. It's been a whole lot of fun partnering up with these guys. If you don't know how to find them, you can go to their website, which is racerh2o.com, and find a link to their live stream, or you can just go to YouTube and do a search for Racer H2O, and you will find them that way as well. And then you can watch the races from the comfort of your home or whatever, wherever you are with an internet-connected device. Racer H2O hanging out with us. I got another pair of personal watercraft in the lane. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Calls that one Dune Time 2. Boat number 19, she's dialed in at a 1063. Sponsored by Ted Sacco DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stephen MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, SAE Construction, S&E Construction, Hugh Gear Collision, and Docks and Boat Rescue. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway. Calls that one the Golden Child. Dialed in at a 10.65, sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, Petroplex Oilfield Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. And your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane, Lynn Blackburn, moving to the next round. Raven Broadway jumped early, turns it red by over a tenth of a second, and then broke out by 25 hundredths of a second at the other end, and the damage was done. Lynn Blackburn moving to the next round. Modified Eliminator, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator should be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Mod, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator, grab your gear. Make sure you got fuel, put the battery in, put the plugs in, whatever else you need to do to get ready. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 1457 is going to be Zachary Watson. And we are moving into Stock Eliminator now. Still on a dial-in. Zachary Watson's dialed in at a 9 flat, sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. He is your number 1 qualifier with a 9003. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 84 is Don Topliff. Your number 14 qualifier calls that boat the Bullet, and he's dialed in at an 1188. Going to be tough. Zachary Watson got to sit and watch his competition pull away for 4, almost 5 seconds. It's hard to not go early in red light, but a red light will hurt him bad right now, so let's see if he can make it happen. So Dr. Topliff breaks out by 11 hundredths of a second, and the damage is done. He got there early, but he pushed it just a little too far. And Zachary Watson going to take the win and move to the next round. He ran a 931 with a 3. But your number 1 qualifier moving to the second round. All right, here we go. Next pair of stock eliminators in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson. He calls the boat Collusion. Dialed in at a 9:48 out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Your number 5 qualifier. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 169 is Michael Ratliff. Calls that boat Capital Punishment. He's dialed in at a 9:35. He comes in as the number 10 qualifier. Your winner's going to be in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane. Michael Ratliff and Capital Punishment takes the win. Dialed in a 9:35, ran a 9:400 for an 85-mile-an-hour pass. Dusty Peterson, a little late coming off the line, 39 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and then ran a 9:52 and just didn't have enough to get there. He was close, but just not enough. It's a long trip back to New Mexico. We'll see if he doesn't come back for the second chance. But Michael Ratliff will be moving to the next round. Here comes your next pair of stock eliminators. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 061 is Frank Mummy. Break out another 1,000, the name of that boat, racing out of San Antonio, Texas. Dialed in at a 10 and 2. He comes in as your number 4 qualifier. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. He's driving for Al Kirshner. They call the boat Plum Crazy. Rodney Blackstock driving for Al and Dodie Kirshner and racing in memory of Max Davis. He's dialed in at a 915. Frank Mummy turned it red by 82 thousandths of a second at the front end, and Rodney Blackstock will take your win. He actually broke out by over a quarter of a second, but the damage had already been done. Frank jumped early, and Rodney Blackstock will be moving into your next round. We're having a morning here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. If you missed it, our first run of the day was absolutely amazing. Not sure what happened to Tyler Spear and the Shockwave machine. They did not get off the line, but Liquid Voodoo did, and let me just tell you, that was a hair-raising deal right there. We had a record-setting run, set a new record ET and a new record mile per hour. 249 miles an hour out of that pass for Top Fuel Hydro. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, be warming them up, get ready. Pro Eliminator, grab your gear. Pro Modified, we're ready for you at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, warm up and get ready. Pro Eliminator, you're on deck. Next pair of stock eliminators. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Calls that boat Worst Case Scenario. He's dialed in at a 9 flat, sponsored by Flying F Farms. He comes in as your number 3 qualifier. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 707 is Natasha Cruz and Crackerjack. Dialed in at a 985. Here she comes. Natasha Cruz got caught sleeping at the line almost a second and a half to get off the line, and it was just too little too late. Doug Fox will be taking your win. And Worst Case Scenario, he'll move to the next round. Pro Modified, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Pro Outlaw, just in case you missed it, your ladder has changed. There is a new copy on the back of the tower. There is also a new copy in the app. Make sure you take a look. Pro Outlaw, your ladder has changed. Also, racers, we are doing a second chance buyback. So if you get eliminated in the first round and you want to buy back in, you can do that. We'll let you know when. All right, next pair of stock eliminators in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 817 is Stephen Russell and the Hairy Canary. Your number 2 qualifier, he's dialed in at a 9.6, sponsored by AE Show, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 878 is Glenn Castions. Aqua Patina, they call that boat. He's dialed in at a 15-2. Another one of those deals where Chris Russell's got to sit tight and wait for a really long time. And now he's got to get caught up. And he managed to get it done. Stephen Russell takes the win. He didn't get to the line first, but Glenn Castion broke out by 61 hundredths of a second. Stephen Russell was slow coming off the line, 49 hundredths of a second for his reaction time. And he was working hard trying to make that up. Luckily, I think Glenn Castions felt him back there and was kind of pushing a little bit, and he managed to get there too early. But you know what? Stephen Russell will take it. He's moving to the next round either way. Next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 877. That is Justin Stewart. Dialed in at a 9.4. They call that boat White Girl. Sponsored by RB Props, Brady Trucking Services, Infamous Brewery, Aquatic Balance Pool Service, J&J Marley Ranch, Ace of Spades Racing Engines. Special thanks to Ryan Harper, Bill Diaz, Caleb, Steve Brady, Bob York, Jackson, and Stella. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 746 is Blackie Bame. He's driving Blackie's Magic out of Rio Medina, Texas. Dialed in at a 1069, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Mickey and Glenda and Sons, Bob and Marla Winder, Oscar and Jacinda, Marley Ranch, Dave and Jana, Lily Construction. And your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. Going to be Justin Stewart and White Girl. Ran a 9:49 on a 9.4 dial-in with 22 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Blackie Bame, 3/10, a little over 3/10 of a second. And then just didn't have enough at the other end. He dialed in at 1069, but he ran a 1078. Or 1074 with an 8, sorry. And just not enough to get there. So Justin Stewart will move to the next round. And we got our last pair of stock eliminators. Pro Mod, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. If you're not there yet, you're late. Top eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro eliminator, you guys are on deck. Be standing by for me. Here's our next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 033 is Walter Doolin. Out of Kingsland, Texas, calls the boat Do It Again. Doolin dialed in at a 10:55. He comes in as your number 7 qualifier. Special thanks to Rhonda Bridges, Ted Christian, Dwayne Kunkel, and Billy Harris. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. They're driving a boat called Young Gun. Dialed in at a 9 and 45, sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage. And your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. Walter Doolin taking the win, moving to the next round. Garrick Snyder got there too fast. He broke out by 0.001. But Walter Doolin will be your winner. And he'll move into the next round, where he will face Stephen Russell. Don't forget, we are broadcasting 87.9 FM. 87.9 FM. We'll get you our announcing if you're having a hard time hearing wherever you are. 87.9 will get it done. Top eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, you guys need to be warming up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, you guys are on deck. Grab your gear. Top eliminator. Need you guys to the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, start warming them up and get ready. Quick eliminator, you guys are up after that. All right, so here we go. We got another Top Fuel Hydro in the lane. Tyler Spear and Shockwave, boat number 131, driving for Bob and Sue Montgomery out of Woodstock, Georgia. Never left the line on the first pass of the day. I'm not sure what happened. Sponsored by Pitchford Oil, Timbercraft Whiskey, Don Wild Racecraft, Pro Boat, Hedman Hustler Headers, NGK Spark Plugs, VP Racing Fuels, Red Horse Fittings, XS Batteries, Jet Tools, RB Prop. This is a brand new version of Shockwave. It's an Ellison hull. They made the first full pass with that machine yesterday. Looking to see if he can make another one today. Like I said, I'm not sure exactly what happened this morning, but he never left the line. I actually couldn't tell for sure if he had started the boat or not from here. It's running now, though, and the countdown has started. You got 20 seconds to get to the water if you want to watch this run. Tyler Spear and Shockwave, Top Fuel Hydro. We had a 249-mile-an-hour pass already this morning. Once that capsule closes, hit that record button. There we go. Well, that was pretty, but a little anticlimactic. Tough luck for Tyler. I don't know what's going on there, but hopefully they'll get that thing figured out. I guarantee you he's frustrated. But they'll get it figured out. 38 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and he never even broke the first speed trap, so I can't tell you where he was at. He's got a little bit of a fire going back there. They're working on putting that out. We need truck and trailer for boat number 131. Back to the emergency in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 131 to the emergency in-ramp, please. So this is as good a time as any for me to talk to you guys real quick about these rescue crews out here. We got Rescue 1, Rescue 2. Those guys out there are above and beyond the best we got in the business. No question. There's firefighters out there, there's EMTs out there, and there's divers out there. They're ready to handle just about anything you can imagine. These guys train. They work hard to make sure they're ready. And what we really want to see them do is just sit back and enjoy the day out on the water. But when we need them, they are there, and they are there quickly, and they are there efficiently, and they get the job done. And that is absolutely what we need from them. So if you guys get the opportunity, you happen to see one of those guys driving by close to the shore, man, give them a shout out. Tell them thank you for what they do. We absolutely would not be on the water without them here. Tough luck for Tyler Spear as well. You guys pay him off with a round of applause as he comes by. That is not what he wanted today, I guarantee it. Hopefully it's nothing major and they can get that squared away. Yeah, you can see it now that he turned around. The blower's actually over here on the side of the motor. He blew that thing right off the top. All right, we're going to get him pulled back to the in-ramp. 131 truck and trailer, we need you back to the emergency in-ramp, please. Boat number 131, truck and trailer to the emergency in-ramp, please. Once we get back to the action, we're going to be moving into modified eliminator. Modified eliminator for the SDBA runs on an 8-second index. They got to run 8 seconds or slower in order to stay in competition. If you run faster than that, you earn yourself a breakout. If you run too slow, the other guy is going to beat you. That's the way drag racing works, right? You also need to cut a good light. That's important, and I'll talk to you a little bit about our whole course and how it's laid out here in just a moment. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 517 is going to be Mr. Jesse James Jr., racing out of Tyler, Texas, in a boat he calls Outlaw. Comes in as your number 3 qualifier. He ran an 8:02 with a 7 yesterday. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, and Eagles Motorsports. JCD also helping out. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is boat number 000. Hometown guy, name a CD word, from right here in San Angelo, Texas. He calls that boat Rockets Red Glare. coming in as your number 6 qualifier with an 8 and 26. Racers, we will have a second chance buyback at the end of the first round. When we're ready, I will call you, and you will need to bring it to the in-ramp, pay your entry fee for the second chance, put it on the water, we'll pair you up, we'll get that thing going. If you get eliminated in the first round and you want to continue racing, we will have a second chance buyback. You will have an opportunity once we get through this first round, and that's coming up relatively quickly. Top eliminator, you guys should already be at the in-ramp. Hopefully you're there. If you're not, hustle. Pro eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, you guys should have your gear. Be ready. I'll be calling you shortly. Well, we got a quick break. Want to remind you, we got a whole bunch of vendors set up back here. Whenever you get an opportunity, go by and say hello. We got Drag Boat Review and Racers Emergency Support Project. Those are both back there. San Angelo RVs, Mimi's Busy Bees, Sings My Soul Boutique, Lone Star IV Medics, Audio Sounds and Window Tinting, West Texas Country Designs, and Hawkins Golf Cart are all set up back here on Vendor Row, back behind the road next to the water. Go back there and go check them out. And also, while you're back there, be sure and stop in and visit with Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got SDBA hats. She's got lots of event shirts left. She's got Trinity Racing Ministry shirts. She's got Curtis 500 shirts. And she's got a ton of our racers shirts up there as well, helping those guys sell their stuff. She's got shirts from Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, Don't Blink, Wild Thing, Miller Time, Anger Management, Little More Therapy, Flat Nasty, Bad Company, Wound Too Tight, Aquaholic, and Through the Fire. She's got shirts from all of those race teams back there. Go back and see Emily. Tell her I sent you. It won't help any, but, you know, let her know anyway. All right, Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, we're ready for you guys at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Comp Flat, you guys are up after that. Start grabbing your gear. Pro Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Comp Flat, you guys are on deck. All right, getting our rescue folks back in position. The water conditions out here right now are absolutely amazing. Could not ask for better water than what we've got right this second. All right, starter says, let's do this thing. He calls for the lights. We got 25 seconds on the countdown. Jesse James Jr. in the left lane in the Outlaw. CD Word in the right lane. Rockets Red Glare, the name of that boat. Modified Eliminator, running on an 8-second index. We are in round 1 of eliminations if you're just joining us, and we have had a heck of a morning already. It's been a good one. CD Word jumped early and turned it red by 23 hundredths of a second. Your winner's going to be in the left lane, Jesse James Jr. He ran a little fast, got there by 43 thousandths of a second too fast. But it didn't matter. The damage had already been done. CD Word, red lights. And Jesse James Jr. will be moving to the next round. Jimmy Todd, how are you this morning, buddy? I feel you. Y'all give those guys a big shout out as they go by. Those are the heroes out here for sure. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 157. That is James Kemp. He comes in as your number 1 qualifier with an 8001 on an 8-second index. He calls the boat Side Chick, sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Guyhan Motorsports, FloatFix.com. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 572 is Tyler Bame and the Slippery Pickle out of Rio Medina, Texas. He struggled all day yesterday. I talked to him last night. He thinks maybe he's got it figured out. We're going to find out right now. It sounded a whole lot better than it did yesterday. He's definitely made progress, but it wasn't enough. And he actually broke out. He ran a 76. Try that again. 976. He did not break out. He was still running slow. But James Kemp and Side Chick going to be your winner. Holy cow. Next up in a couple of modified eliminators in the Superior Audio Sounds. It's going to be Andrew Decker. In Too Deep, the name of the boat, boat number 311. Out of Buckholz, Texas, sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane is going to be Melton Whittlesey, Little Bud, boat number 402, sponsored by Infamous Brewing, Lakeway Signs. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. Andrew Decker gets the job done. 8 seconds on the index. He ran an 8:02 with a 6 for a 91-mile-an-hour pass. Milton Whittlesey had a great reaction time, though. 0:08 for his reaction time. All right, next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 794 is going to be Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage, driving for Randy and S.A. Watson. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, All Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, and thanks to Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee, Caitlin. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls, calls the boat Happy Hour. Sponsored by Fast Line Fabrication, Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, and his crew, Jolene, Steve, Steven, Sella, Bruce, Michelle, and Tag. All right, your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. In the Superior Audio Sounds lane is Lane McDonald. They both red lit, actually. Lane McDonald by 0.04 of a second, but Stephen Walls by just under 0.2 of a second. And the bigger red light did the damage. Lane McDonald moving to the next round. All right, moving into Pro Modified. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is boat number 459. That is going to be Henry Bainey. He calls the boat Don't Blink. 5.6 seconds the index for Pro Modified. He's racing out of Burton, Texas. That boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Ratch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, Love Ya Mama Alice, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair, and special thanks to the Naughty Crew. Y'all rock. Henry Bainey taking his bye run into the second round. Yep. The index is 5.6. He ran a 5.607 at 155 mile an hour. Turned it red by 0.03 of a second. Won't hurt him right now, but he'll need to make sure he takes that into consideration in the next round. Here's your next pair of Pro Mods. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, going to be Mr. Jay Hudgens. Calls the boat Aquaholic, boat number 832, racing out of Burnett, Texas. Sponsored by Magnum Trailers, Reality's Italian Cafe, RoostersRepairs.com, and Cody Childress. Special thanks to the crew chief, Dustin Hudgens, and the crew in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane. Boat number 716 is Sean Reed. Calls that boat Top Secret. Racing out of Puyallup, Washington. That's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet as well. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK Spark Plugs, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation, and the crew Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, and Andrea Kayat. Quick Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Outlaw, you guys are on deck. Quick Eliminator to the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, start warming them up. Pro Outlaw, you're on deck. Jay Hudgens turns it red by 0.14 of a second, and the win's going to go to Sean Reed and Top Secret. in the right-hand lane. 160 mile an hour pass in the right, 165 in the left lane. My goodness, we're having a day today. Got another pair. Pro modified, running on a 5.6 second index. Terry Kane is in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. He comes in as the number 7 qualifier. Best he could do yesterday was a 681. He's going to have to do better today. They call that boat Racing Kane, boat number 420. All the way over from Los Alamos, New Mexico. That boat is a Curtis, powered by Chevrolet. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Racing out of Burnett, Texas, calls the boat a little more therapy. Your number 4 qualifier coming in with a 561. How'd you sleep? All right, here we go. We got 10 seconds left on the countdown. Terry Kane in the left lane, Mallory Carroll in the right. Your winner is going to be in the left lane, Terry Kane, moving into the next round. He got a 1/10 of a second, a little over a 1/10 of a second actually, of a hole shot. Ran a 573, 146 mile an hour pass. Mallory Carroll almost 3/10 of a second for the reaction, and then ran a 5.609 on a 5.6 index for 161 mile an hour. She almost got there. But Terry Kane takes the win. All right, next up in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 178 is Daryl Ehrlich, driving for Doug Mater. They want to send a big thank you out to Robert Corndog Reed for all of his help. They're racing out of Round Rock, sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security Retirement, and his whole crew. Special thanks to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding.
I'm gonna get you, old man.
Waco. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 927 is Robin Reed. Calls the boat wound too tight out of Arlington, Texas. It's a Texas outrigger. Sponsored by Concho Painting LLC since 1987, based in San Angelo. Two Guys Marine, Texas outrigger boat, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Fun and Sun Boat and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. Special thanks to the crew chief, Wesley Ice, the family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie, the Tuttle family for all they do for us, Cody Childress for our motor program, and the crew, Bink and Bart Giles, or Giles, I'm not sure which. Either way, thank you. Robin Reed comes in our number 3 qualifier with a 5.607 yesterday. Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich number 8 qualifier. Was running a little fast yesterday, ran a 5:59. All right, Gary says, let's do this thing. There's 30 seconds on the countdown. Well, we had a couple of red lights. Robin Reed by 0.02 of a second. And Dale Ehrlich only by 16 thousandths. And that was enough to make the difference. Your winner's going to be in the left lane. Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich moving to the next round. I'm not sure what happened to Robin Reed right there. The boat shut down about half track. Whether he did it or it did it on its own, we don't know. But we'll get folks over there to double check on him real quick, make sure he's okay. And they'll pull that boat over to the out ramp, get it to the pit, and see if they can figure out what happened there. All right, we got another pair of Pro Mods. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 007S is Steve Walls out of San Angelo, Texas. They call the boat shaken, not stirred. Sponsored by Fast Line Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, Wayman Pittsford Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, Extreme Barbecue, and the crew, Michelle, Celia, Bruce, Seth, Stephen, Jason, Shanna, and Tag. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 115 is Greg Lampard out of Comfort, Texas, in a boat he calls Anger Management. Sponsored by Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Trailer Hill Sales, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry for all of their help. Quick Eliminator, I need you guys at the end ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you guys at the end ramp. Pro Comp Flat, you guys need to be warmed up. But Quick Eliminator, you guys are running late. We're missing a couple. Let's get down there. Hey, y'all, I just got notified that the Superior Audio Sounds team set up back here on Vendor Row is going to raffle off another one of those Wet Sounds cooler with a waterproof Bluetooth marine sound bar, lithium battery and charger. That thing's worth $1,000. $20 a ticket is what it'll cost you to get in on that raffle. They have a limited number, so don't wait too long. All right, here we go. We got 10, 12 seconds left on the countdown. Steve Walls, shaken not stirred in the left lane. Greg Lempar and Anger Management in the right. Greg Lampard going to be your winner. I don't know what happened to Steve Walls. He never even closed the capsule. There must have been something going on. Made a decision not to go. Tough luck for him and his team, that's for sure. But Greg Lampard will be moving to the next round in Anger Management. All right, now we're going to need Pro Comp Flat back to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, you guys need to be warming up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Flat and Top Alcohol Hydro, you guys are on deck. And I need truck and trailer for boat number 007 back to the emergency in-ramp, please. Truck number 007 back to the emergency in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. Sorry. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 494 is going to be George Olson. Money well wasted at Galveston, Texas, sponsored by Olson Piling. And we are in top eliminator now, running on a 7-second index. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane is Randy Cockrell. Can't get right. Boat number 211. Randy Cockrell turns it red by 0.03 of a second. And your winner's going to be George Olson in the left lane. Money well wasted, moving into the next round. He ran fast. He ran a 6:87 and 2. And broke out by 0.12 of a second, but the damage had already been done at the front. Here's your next pair. Top eliminator running on a 7-second index. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 828 is Kevin Conklin. Driving for Jim Burns out of Midland, Texas, in a boat they call Texas High Risk. That boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Thanks to Bethany and Daniel Lindley, Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, and the entire crew that always supports us. Wayman Pittsford Incorporated and Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is Bob Winder. Calls that boat Mama's Diamond, boat number 050. Out of Lake Hills, Texas, sponsored by Merrick Brothers, Hudson Automotive, Site Pro, United Rentals, L&W Materials, Action Gypsum, and Lone Star Materials. Kevin Conklin takes the win in the left lane. 42 hundredths of a second for reaction time and ran a 7:13 with a 1 for a 109-mile-an-hour pass. Bob Winder on the other side, almost a half second for reaction time, but then a little slower getting to the other end. Pro Comp Flat, I need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Comp Flat, I need your boats. Pro Comp Flat, you guys are running late. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Flat, Top Alcohol Hydro, you guys are on deck. Pro Comp Flat, you guys need to be at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, warm up. Next pair of top eliminators. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 405. That is Matt Miller out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Miller Time. Comes in as your number 1 qualifier. His daughter already made it through to the second round. Let's see if he can do it as well. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, and Allie Radley Hazel. Radley already made it into the second round in personal watercraft. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 990 is Steven Sutton. He calls that boat Borrowed Money. He's going to try and stand in the way. Let's see what happens. Matt Miller going to take home the win. 0.2 of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 7:75, but he slowed way down at about three-quarter track. He knew that he had that. Steven Sutton, it took a minute to get off the line, a little over 2 seconds to get started, and it was way too late. He tried hard to get caught up, but he just couldn't get there. Matt Miller will move to the next round. Your next pair of top eliminators, your last pair of top eliminators in the first round. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 715, Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas, calls the boat Back in Black. He comes in as your number 4 qualifier. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop, and in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane. Boat number 655 out of Dallas, Texas. That's Ashley Winslet. They call the boat Vanishing Breed. Sponsored by Rebecca Banks, Fastline Fabrications. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Brian, Chantel, Ryder, Nancy Stacks, Bill Diaz. Racing for the Davises. Her mentors and family, Jerry, Nancy, and Max, racing in heaven. You will all be missed. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. Jerry Branham takes the win with a 9,000th of a second reaction time and a 7:34 with a 6. Ashley Winslet, 1300ths of a second for her reaction time, and then it just never looked like the boat wanted to take a good set. Never really did set down. Jerry Branham will be your winner. Last call for Pro Comp Flat. Pro Comp Flat, this is your last call. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp. Top Alcohol Flat, Top Alcohol Hydro. You guys need to start warming them up and get ready. Second Chance. If you want in on the Second Chance buyback, you need to you'll need to pay $25 at the in-ramp. They do ask that you please bring exact change. They don't want to have to make change up there. And you can buy in for that Second Chance. If you're planning to do that, though, start grabbing your gear and get ready. Pro Eliminator Chad Cupid calls the boat Warpath. Came in as your number 1 qualifier from Broken Bow, Oklahoma. It's a DeMarco powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. And he'll take his bye run right into the second round. 6'5", he was too fast at both ends of the course. He red lit by 72 thousandths of a second. And then he ran a 6.409 on a 6.5 index. He'll need to back that off before he gets to the next round, or he might be in trouble. And here's our next pair of pro eliminators. Find out who's going to face Chad Cupid in the final. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 895K is Ty Bolwig. That boat's a watercraft hydro with a Keith Black Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Bolwig Electric and Refrigeration, Wicks Truck Trailers of Kansas City. And in the other side in the right lane, going to be Gavin Snyder, 6 to Midnight, the name of that boat. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Real Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Welding, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags, and Embroidery. Garrick Snyder got there first, but he had turned it red by 12 thousandths. Gavin Snyder, rather, but he had turned it red by 12 thousandths of a second. And the win will go to Ty Bolwig. And High Plains Drifter in the left lane. He ran a 6.64 with a 4 on a 6.5 index, turned in a 131-mile-an-hour pass, and he will go to the final round and race against Chad Cupid. All right, now moving into quick eliminator. Hey, quick announcement on the second chance buyback. We are not going to run any pro boats. No pro boats for the second chance buyback. All right, in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 910 is Larry Flotus out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. In a boat he calls Hydro Climatic. Your number 2 qualifier coming in, sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. Thanks to his wife, Kim, Tom Garcia, Bodyworks, and the good Lord above. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is boat number 426, Steve Pruitt. Hold my beer and watch this. This hydro dedicated to all veterans and fighting forces. Steve Pruitt turns it red by 44 thousandths of a second, and Larry Flotus will be your winner in the left-hand lane. 6107, 124-mile-an-hour pass. Steve Pruitt too fast at both ends. He ran a 5.99 with a 3 and broke out by 6 thousandths of a second. Larry Flotus moving to the next round. In the Superior Audio Sounds left-hand lane is boat number 505. That's going to be Brody Martin. Calls the boat in the red. Your number 2 qualifier coming in, sponsored by Phil's Automotive, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Napa, Propane Depot, Jasper Engines. Would also like to thank Misty Salisbury and Jason Salisbury for helping us make this happen. In loving memory of James Salisbury. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Calls the boat through the fire. That boat's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. Racing for Mother Carol from Virginia. All right, here we go. Got 8 seconds on the countdown. Brody Martin in the red. In the left lane, Ken Jenkins through the fire in the right. Ken Jenkins turns it red by 12 thousandths of a second, and Brody Martin going to take your win and move to the next round in the red, the name of that boat. 3/10 of a second. He ran a 6:003. 136 mile an hour. You can almost not ask for a better run than that. Ken Jenkins got out there way too early. Not even way too early, just a hair too early. But either way, the damage was done. And Brody Martin will be moving to the next round. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is boat number 392. That is Jason Gothard out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat Texas Red. Comes in as your number 1 qualifier. Taking his bye run into the semifinal round, where now we know Brody Martin will be sitting there waiting for him. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. Special thanks to his crew chief, Terry Marshall, and his family. Wayne Jackson, Joe Yarbrough, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Bruce and Sella Hodges, all helping out. All right. Final call for Pro Outlaw. Final call, Pro Outlaw. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. Ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Final call for Pro Outlaw. Top alcohol flat and top alcohol hydro. I need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Second chance buyback. I need you guys warming up. We will not be running any pro boats, and I believe I was just told the first 16. All right, so not the first 16. We're going to take all comers, except we're not going to run pro boats. So if you're in the sportsman's class, come on down. Second chance buyback. $25 is what it'll cost you to buy back in. They do want you to bring exact change. So if you want to run second chance, you need to start warming up. When I call you, you're going to bring it to the in-ramp. You're going to hand them $25 exact change. And then they're going to put you in the water and pair you up and figure it out. We are not going to run pro boats in the second chance, and we are not limiting it. We'll take anybody that comes other than pro boats. If you were eliminated in the first round, all right. Gary called for the lights. We got 20 seconds on the countdown. Jason Gothard and Texas Red taking a bye run into the semifinal round. Brody Martin already there waiting for him. Winner of that round will face Larry Flotas in the final. Jason Goddard moving into the semifinal round. He'll face Brody Martin. 0.04 of a second for reaction time. Ran a 5.87 with a 7. 151 mile an hour pass. And that's going to bring us to Pro Comp Flat. Pro Comp Flat is our other dial-in class. They're going to come in. They're going to tell us what the boat's going to run. We're going to plug that into the computer. And your first one up is going to be Jeff Loring, boat number 034. They call it Nasty Rumors, racing out of Los Alamos, New Mexico, and he's in the Hawkins Golf Cars and Battery right-hand lane. I got that backwards. Thanks to Jay and Lori Cocker. Thanks for all your support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindeman, and his crew chief, Tony Elam. He's your number one qualifier, ran a 6.09 with a 4. He's dialed in at a 6 flat right now. He turned it red by 26 thousandths of a second and then ran a 6.09 at 125 mile an hour on a 6-second dial in. The red light won't hurt him now, but he'll need to pay attention. Now we got a pair of Pro Comp Flats. And in the superior audio sounds left lane is boat number 075, Larry Skiro. Your number 2 qualifier calls the boat Flat Nasty, racing out of Highland Haven, Texas. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape. John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas. Joey Witteberg, Construction. Charla Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor. Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornboom Plumbing, Casaperio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland, and his wife Julie. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 412 is Cole Heinrich. Calls that boat Flat Attack. Larry Skiro, he thought he was going to run it out too fast. He started trying to back off just a little bit right at the end, but he didn't need to. He did okay. 6.507, and he'll take the win. Cole Heinrich dialed in at a 6.8, ran a 7.43, just didn't have enough to get there. All right, here comes our next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 502 is going to be Andy Comstock. Calls the boat Whiskey Tango. It's a Hondo powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by AC/DC Electric, Night Sales and Manufacturing, Element Salon. Special thanks to his son Chase and friend Tony for all they do. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, they call the boat Flat Blacked Out. That's Vic Fugate out of Fort Worth, Texas. Special thanks to Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. Andy Comstock turns it red by 1,000th of a second. And your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane, Vic Fugate, moving to the next round. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Top alcohol flat and top alcohol hydro. Need your boats at the in-ramp. Second chance buyback. You guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Not yet, but I'll be calling you shortly. Next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 331. That is Tim Ortiz out of Conroe, Texas. Never Satisfied, the name of that boat. Pat Kinsey Drywall, Pat, Rhonda, Archer, Gage, and Cash. Thanks to his wife supporting him. Big thanks to Milton Gentoli for their help. Dylan Crownover in the right lane. Boat number 099, Bad Company 2. Sponsored by Grandma and Grandpa, Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kinsey Plumbing. Dialed in at a 653. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. Dylan Crownover takes the win. 4,000ths of a second for a reaction time. Dialed in at a 653, ran a 663 at 102 miles an hour. Tim Ortiz just a hair slower coming off the line. And I think that really was the difference because he had everything else dialed in. He dialed in at a 6'8", ran a 687. But 600ths of a second made a difference. And Dylan Crownover will be moving to the next round. He'll run against Jeff Loring. And Larry Scarrow will face Vic Fugate in the semifinal round. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. I need your boats at the in-ramp. Y'all are running late. Top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. Need your boats. Second chance. I need you guys warming up, ready to go. Personal watercraft. Keep your gear close. You guys are on deck. Hello. How's everybody this morning? I've been hiding back here. Sorry. We got all these amazing people up and down the beach, all these folks all the way around the backside of the cove and down here on the front side. Welcome. We're glad you're here. We are having fun. Who's having a good time? Let me hear you. Yeah. How many of you guys were here for that Top Fuel run earlier? Some of y'all came late. I know you did. Dude, let me just tell you. 249 mile an hour. We set 2 records with that run. Fastest ET, fastest mile per hour for Top Fuel Hydro on SDBA's records. And we're going to do it again. I don't know if we're going to do that again, but we're going to put Top Fuel Hydro back out. We got another run coming, so y'all stick tight. You didn't miss everything. You're going to get one. But we're having a good time. We're having a good day today. Tyler Spear was out earlier with the Top Fuel Hydro. Had a crazy failure. Motor was sideways on the boat when they got it back to the trailer. We don't know what happened, but thankfully nobody got hurt. Boat didn't sink. Life is good. All right. Next up, we got Pro Outlaws in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 765. That's going to be Gus Ward, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, the name of the boat, out of Sonora, Texas. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 103 is Justin Schmidt. Driving for Robert Lees, they call that boat Wildfire, sponsored by Kager Oil Service, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Sales Midwest, Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, Parker's Electric. Pro Outlaw runs on a 5.2 second index. And Justin Schmidt, going to be your winner. I don't know what happened to Gus Ward. He never came off the line. Oh, through a blower belt. He did come off the line. I see him out there now. Through a blower belt, and that'll do it. That's tough luck for Gus Ward. That is not the way you want to go out. 172 mile an hour for Justin Schmidt. 5.25 on a 5.2 index with a 102 for a reaction time. Next pair of Pro Outlaws. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 077, Cody Childress out of Burleson, Texas. They call the boat Bad Influence, sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmission, TG's Transmission, Glenn and Bet Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy for all the help. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is Rick Blethroad. Big old nasty-looking twin turbo. He calls the boat Wild Thing. When I say nasty-looking, I mean that in a good way, by the way. Don't come throw tools at me. He's sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. We need truck and trailer for boat number 765, Gus Ward. Back to the emergency in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 765, Gus Ward. Back to the emergency in-ramp, please. While we're waiting to get that thing towed out of there, I want to remind you we got a whole bunch of vendors set up back here. Drag Boat Review, San Angelo RVs, Mimi's Busy Bees, Sings My Soul Boutique is set up back here. Lone Star IV Medics, Audio Sounds and Window Tinting, West Texas Country Designs, Hawkins Golf Cart, they're all set up back there, Hawkins Golf Cart. We got some food vendors set up back here as well. Got the Snack Shack. They're doing hamburgers, chicken strips, corn dogs, fried Oreos. They got fresh, cold lemonade, snow cones. And we got break time, too, down there with snow cones and ice cream as well. So all of that stuff available for you. Don't forget to stop by the SDBA merchandise trailer back here. Pick up your official event T-shirt. Grab those before they're gone. You can also pick up other SDBA stuff. They've got shirts and hats and whatnot. Tank tops. They've got racer shirts back there as well. They got shirts from Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, Don't Blink, Wild Thing, Miller Time, Anger Management, Little More Therapy, Flat Nasty, Bad Company, Wound Too Tight, and Aquaholic, and Through the Fire. Superior Audio Sounds has a booth set up back here. They've got a Wet Sounds cooler with a waterproof Bluetooth Marine sound bar built in. Lithium battery charger, the whole deal will come for $1,000, but they're raffling one off today for $20 a ticket. Right back here at the Superior Audio Sounds booth or display. So come back there and go see them. Pick yourself up a raffle ticket. While you're at it, you're going to be walking right by the drag boat review booth right here, the trailer right behind me. RESP is set up there as well, and they have a raffle going on. They're raffling off a Yeti 110 cooler that's going to be raffled off at the NJBA final race in Bakersfield in November. And they got those tickets back there for $5 a piece. All right, we got the water clear. We got rescue in place. We're ready to go. In the left lane, Cody Childress and Bad Influence. Right lane, Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing. 5.2 seconds is the index for Pro Outlaw. Watch the capsules. When they go down, it's on. There's some happy folks over here. Cody Childress takes the win in the left lane. He got Rick on a hole shot, really. He was off the line in 47 thousandths of a second, ran a 5:22 with a 9 on a 5.2 index for a 172 mile an hour pass. And that'll get the job done. Rick Blethroad, 22 hundredths of a second for his reaction time and ran a 5:37. He was just too slow at both ends, and it was not enough. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, taking his bye run into the next round, going to be Mr. Bill Wire. Calls that boat Alcoholic Behavior. Boat number 1028. He ran a 5:21 with a 3 yesterday on a 5.2 index. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew for all of their help. And he's going to take a bye run into the semifinal where he'll face Cody Childress. And Justin Schmidt just earned himself a bye into the final. So we'll see how that all shakes out before the end of the day. Excitement mounting, as they say. Second chance boats. If you want to run, bring them to the in-ramp. Second chance. If you want to run, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp, please. Second chance. If you're going to run, we need you back at the in-ramp. $25 is what it'll cost you to buy back in. You pay that at the in-ramp. They want exact change, please. Bill Wire taking his bye run into the final round. 63 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a 5:32 with a 5 for a 148 mile an hour pass. Sorry, he took his bye run into the semifinal. That's what I was trying to say. He'll run Cody Childress. Justin Schmidt has a bye run into the final. That was the one. These girls up here keeping me honest. All right, so second chance. Need you guys to the water. Pro personal watercraft. I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Stock eliminator. Grab your gear and be ready for second round. Second chance. If you're coming down to the end ramp, you're going to pay $25 to get in. They want exact change, and we are not going to run any pro boats. Sportsman's classes only. Bring them down, put them in the water. We'll get you paired up. Okay, here we go. Top alcohol flat. The funny cars of drag boat racing. These little flat bottom boats got big old huge engines on the back of them. They run 170 mile an hour or thereabouts. Anything can happen when one of these guys gets under power. It's a whole lot of fun to watch. And right now in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 213, Jeff Stewart. They call that boat Flat Hammered. That's a Canyon hull powered by a Brad Anderson engine. Sponsored by Greg Turner Construction, Stewart Floor Covering, A Secure Towing. Special thanks to Chris, Greg, Craig, Tom, and Debbie, and the Back in Black Racing team. Flat Hammered is the only top alcohol flat we got on the property right now. Here we go. When those boats set down and set pretty, they sure look nice running down the water. He ran a 5.203 for 163 mile an hour pass, 17 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. While we got a quick break in the action, don't forget to go back and visit some of our vendors. Don't forget to go grab your raffle tickets either. Superior Audio Sounds raffling off a big old $1,000 cooler, Bluetooth built in. And RESP raffling off a cooler as well. Their tickets are $5 a piece. The ones for the Bluetooth one, $1,000 a piece. That one's got a Bluetooth speaker in it. It's waterproof. It's got a lithium battery. Comes with the charger, everything. It's a sweet setup. Give it a shot. Want to thank our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here for the showdown in San Angelo here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. Want to thank Racers Emergency Support Program, WCR Construction, DMPE Awnings, RJS Racing Equipment, Fathead Eyewear, Sunico Race Fuels, Extreme Racing Oil and Fuel, Racer H2O, Nitro 2 Outlet, RacerDirect.com, RacingJunk.com, Marty Logan's House of Color Motorsports, Trinity Racing Ministries, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Diesel Signs and Displays, Spring Creek Marina, Superior Audio, Cookers for Christ, Walls Tractor, Extreme Oil, Petro Communications, and Precision Construction, all helping to sponsor us here. If you are just joining us for the very first time, we are sure glad you're here. We hope we're putting on a good show for you. We're doing our best, and we're going to keep running. If you want to know more about us or you want to know more about our schedule or whatever, you can go to our website, sdbaracing.com, SDBA Racing. SDBARacing.com. You can take a look at our schedule. You can take a look at our point standings. You can see some driver profiles. They got all that information available at SDBARacing.com. If you're on social media, you can give us a follow on Facebook. You can look for SDBA or Southern Drag Boat Association. Either one will get you to us. Give us a follow. Lots of updates. Lots of notifications for upcoming races and whatnot. I will tell you that our next race is July 16th and 17th, and that'll be held in Waco. So we will be in Waco July 16 and 17. And then August 13 and 14, we're going to be in Paris, Texas, if y'all want to make the haul up there. And then guess what? We're right back here in San Angelo for our season final. That'll be September 23rd, 24th, and 25th right here in San Angelo at Lake Nassworthy. And we're super excited to be coming back twice this year. At that race in Waco next weekend, or next month rather, July 16, 17. We had a legend in the drag boat racing industry pass away earlier this year, Max Davis. And we're going to honor him at that race in Waco, July 16th. We'd sure be proud if y'all would join us. All right, so for those of you that are joining us for the first time, I haven't covered this yet. Covered it yesterday, but I'll cover it again because it's important. This deal right out here in front of you with all the buoys and all that obviously is our race course, but let me explain to you kind of how it works. If you look way down here to your left, there's a canopy just sitting out there in the middle of the water. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but that's Gary. He's our starting official. Gary, if you can hear me, give a big wave to the folks. Anyways, there's a holding rope right there beside him or in front of him, and the boats will come out of the on-ramp or the in-ramp, and they'll go out to that holding rope and they'll hold on to it. That helps keeps them straight and in line. And then right out in front of there is our tree. And you can see that deal from here. On the other side looks a little bit different, but it works much like a tree in any drag racing. When the starter calls for the lights, they get a solid, or a flashing yellow rather, for 25 seconds. And then it goes solid for 5. And then on the back side of that, there's a countdown, because drag boats need to start from a running start. It's kind of hard to just jump and go. And especially with the time differences on the dial-in classes. So we get a countdown that goes from 9 to 0 in half-second increments. They need to know at what number during that countdown they need to leave the holding rope in order to have the nose of the boat right there at the start line for the green. Get there too early, get yourself a red light and a trip home. Get there too late, probably going to get a trip home anyway, because you're probably going to get beat down here at the other end. Then once they make the run, they come on down through here. They run through the yellow buoys, then the blue buoys, then the red buoys. The red buoys are actually the finish line for the 1,000-foot mark. We don't race a full quarter mile in drag boat racing anymore. They've slowed them all down to about 1,000 foot, or right at 1,000 foot. That was sort of a safety deal, try to slow some of this down just a little bit and keep people safe. And then if you look down the course just a little bit, that next speed trap is the blue buoys, and that's actually the finish line for the top fuel hydros. They only run to 875. Then you come back a little bit further, you got the yellow buoys, and that is the finish line for Pro Jet, right? That's it? That is our half-track marker, and it's the finish line for Pro Jet. They're the only ones that run to 660. We can do 660 if we need to for weather or whatever the case may be. We need to shorten the course to make everything safe for everybody. But otherwise, Pro Jet runs on a 660 index all the time. We only have one on the property this weekend, I believe, and he'll be out here in this next round. So that's it. That's our course in a nutshell. If you look over on the other side, it's usually in the water, but you can see our scoreboard over there on the far side. When they are in the lane, if it's a dial-in, it should show you the dial-in on each lane. And then once they leave the line, it'll show you their reaction time. That'll stay up there while they make the run down the course. As soon as they get to the other end, it'll change and flash to their mile per hour, their ET, and you'll get a flashing light over there that'll tell you which lane was the winner. So that's the way that works, and that is our course pretty much in a nutshell. We got a ton of people out here working, and I'll tell you more about them as we get the opportunity, but right now we're going to watch some top alcohol hydro action. Out of Midlothian, Texas is Marty Logan in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 881, Living the Dream, they call that machine. He's your number one qualifier with a 442. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, right-hand lane is boat number 904. That's Kent Price, Black Dragon, racing out of Porter, Texas, sponsored by Onyx Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Brian, and Corrine. Something happened with Marty Logan. I'm not sure what it was, but he didn't even cross the start beam. Well, he did cross the start beam. He just didn't get any further than that. Tough luck for him. That is definitely not the outcome they were looking for. But Kent Price will be your winner for top alcohol hydro. He ran a 445 with a 3/3800ths of a second for a reaction time and 199 mile an hour pass. It got a wee bit squirrely right up there at the top end, but he slowed it down, got it squared away, got it back in, popped the chutes right at the finish line to start shutting it down. That's exactly the run we needed out of Kent Price. He did the job. Tough luck for Marty Logan. I don't know exactly what happened, but he did come in as the number one qualifier with a 442. And we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 881. Back to the emergency in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 881. Back to the emergency in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 881 to the emergency in-ramp, please. Personal watercraft, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal watercraft, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Stock eliminators, start warming them up and getting ready. Stock eliminator, warm them up, get ready. Personal watercraft, bring them to the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, grab your gear. You guys are going to be on deck. Hey, so I just got notified that Big Baron's Top End Grub over in the pit area went and got some hamburgers and hot dogs. They're going to have that stuff available back there in the pit, so if you're wandering around or if you're back there pitted and you want to grab you some grub for lunch, go by and see them at Big Baron's Top End Grub. Been back there cooking all weekend. It smelled amazing, too. I was pitted one over from them, and whew, smells good. All right, so we're getting ready to start our second chance. These are all racers that were eliminated in the first round and wanted to come back and run them again. Before we do that, though, real quick, we do have Kate Jenisek up there making another license pass. Made quite a few yesterday. They think they got it pretty well dialed out. I was looking at their pit last night. They had that motor torn all the way down, put it all back together, got it back in the boat. They're ready to try again. This young man moving up from stock eliminator all the way to pro mod on a 5.6 index. They call the boat all or nothing. We're looking for a full track pass. So Cade Jenisek, and they really been kind of struggling this weekend. I know it's got to be frustrating for everybody involved in that crew. They'll get it figured out, though. I have faith in them. It started and it launched, but then he backed out of it. I don't know whether it just didn't go into gear or what happened there, but either way, he made a nice, slow, easy pass down. Rescue will go over there and check on him. We'll get a ski and pull him out to the finish line or to the out ramp, and then we'll see how it goes from there. All right, so we're moving into the second chance. We got 17 boats in second chance. They are sportsmen's classes, and that's it. So quick eliminator down to personal watercraft. If they were eliminated in the first round, they opted to come back, and they're going to run a second chance. It's going to be run as a dial-in, so they'll come up. They'll tell us what they think they're going to run. We'll plug that into the computer, and then it runs just like any other dial-in class. They got to sit and wait. If their competition is faster, they got to make their pass, get to the finish line first without breaking out. All those same rules apply. The only difference is instead of being indexed on a lot of these classes, they're going to run as a dial-in. But a lot of them you'll see will dial in at what they normally run on their index anyway. This is actually one of my favorite parts of it, actually. I know that sounds goofy, but it really is. We have a lot of really fun stuff going on at drag boat races, but second chance is always kind of my favorite as far as the fans go, and as far as just spectator-wise, it's a whole lot of fun to watch. Guys putting it all out on the line. You can sometimes have a 9-second boat paired up with a 6-second boat. You never know for sure how it's going to land. And it's definitely challenging for the faster boat drivers because oftentimes they will get paired up with somebody slower. And it is really hard to sit there watching your competition's taillights, so to speak, as they pull away from you and not jump early. Here's our first pair for second chance in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 412 is Addison Lees. Calls the boat Fire Starter. Boat number 412. Sponsored by D&B Docks, Mama and Papa Lees, Mama and Papa Hassan, Bill and Sandy Green, Cooper Thompson, V-Team, and racing in lovely memory of her beautiful Aunt Donna. Thanks to Kate for the vehicle. Couldn't have done it without you. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway. Calls that one the Golden Child. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, Petroflex Oil Field Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, Miss Matthews, T-shirts and more, bottled up, and Papa with the bald head. And your winner in the right lane is going to be Raven Broadway. He dialed in at a 10.2, ran a 12.62 for a 34-mile-an-hour pass. Addison Lees turned it red by 53 hundredths of a second. And the damage was done. Raven Broadway. We'll be moving to the next round. All right, we got another pair for second chance in the Superior Audio Sounds. Left lane is Colton Byler. Calls that ski stretch. He's dialed in at a 12.5. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 84 is Don Topliff. In a boat he calls the Bullet, and he's dialed in at an 11.7. Here they come. I just got notified, by the way, that the fuel boats will be back on the water at about 3 o'clock to run their final round. Top Fuel Hydro, about 3 o'clock for their final. Y'all stick around. You're going to want to be here. All right, your winner was, whoops. Your winner was in the right lane, Don Topliff, boat number 84. 0.5 of a second for reaction time. Dialed in at 11.7, ran an 11.77 with an 8 at a 67-mile-an-hour pass, and he got there about 14 feet sooner. And Colton Byler headed back to the trailer for the final time today. Tough luck for that guy. But Don Topliff will be moving to the next round for second chance. All right, got our next pair for second chance in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 402 is Melton Whittlesey. Little Bud, the name of the boat, sponsored by Infamous Brewery. Lakeway Signs and his crew chief Daryl Heston helping him out. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is boat number 0647. Garrick Snyder drives a boat called Young Gun. He's dialed in at a 9.35. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto. Real Fab and Weld, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Twisted Tags, and Embroidery. We had a couple of red lights up there, but Garrick Snyder's was way bigger, and Melton Whittlesey going to take the win. In the left lane, Garrick Snyder turned it red by 17 hundredths of a second. Melton Whittlesey turned it red by 49 thousandths. And the damage was done. Melton Whittlesey moving to the next round for second chance. Personal Watercraft, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, need you at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Modified Eliminator, you guys are on deck. Grab your gear, be ready. Stock Eliminator, we are now ready for you at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, warm them up, get ready for second round. Pro Modified. Make sure you're fueled up, plugs in the boat, grab your gear. You guys are on deck. Stock Eliminator to the in-ramp, please, for second round. Modified Eliminator, start warming them up. All right, here we go. Next pair for second chance in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 000 is CD Word. Sponsored by CW Metal Construction. They call the boat Rockets Red Glare, and he's dialed in at an 8 flat. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 707, Natasha Cruz and Cracker Jack. She's dialed in at a 10.05. Natasha Cruz never left the line, and your winner's going to be CD Word in the left lane. Dialed in an 8 flat, ran an 8.12 with a 3 for an 89-mile-an-hour pass with 22 hundredths of a second left behind at the start line. Not sure what happened to Natasha, but that's some tough luck right there. Oh, got it going now. Your next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson, calls the boat Collusion. Dialed in at a 949 out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. And in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars right-hand lane is boat number 061, Frank Mummy, break out another 1,000. And your winner's going to be in the Superior Audio Sounds left-hand lane. Dusty Peterson takes the win. Dialed in at a 949, ran a 949 with a 9 on an 84-mile-an-hour pass, 83 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Frank Mummy, much better reaction time, 29 hundredths of a second. But he ran a 1010 on a 1019 and broke out by 8 hundredths of a second. And that'll take care of that. Dusty Peterson moving to the next round. Tony Meeks, need you to go back to the store. Tony Meeks, you need to go back to the store. You left your credit card. Bring your ID with you. All right, our next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Calls the boat Happy Hour. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, Stephen Sutton. He calls his boat Borrowed Money. Stephen Sutton dialed in at a 7.4. Stephen Walls dialed in at an 8 flat. Here they come. And your winner is going to be in the left lane, Stephen Walls, moving to the next round, 55 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. And then ran an 8:02 with a 6 on an 8-second index, 109-mile-an-hour pass. Stephen Sutton actually had the better start with a 1500th of a second reaction time. But then he ran a full second slower, almost a full second slower than his dial, at 8:04. And just didn't have enough to get there. Here's your next pair for Superior Auto Sounds left-hand lane. Boat number 655 is Ashley Winslet. Out of Dallas, Texas, they call the boat Vanishing Breed, dialed in at a 7 flat. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrell. Also dialed in at a 7 flat. Calls the boat Can't Get Right. Ashley Winslet turned it red by 21 thousandths of a second, and your winner's going to be in the right lane, Randy Cockrell. He He was too fast at the big end, ran a 6.99 on a 7 flat, and broke out by 9 thousandths of a second. But the damage had already been done with Ashley Winslet's red light. Randy Cockrell will be moving to the next round. We had 17 boats show up for the second chance buyback. We're getting them paired, letting them run. Then we're going to move into the second round. Personal watercraft and stock eliminator already at the water. Modified eliminators warmed up, ready to go. All right, in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 746 is Blackie Bame. Out of Rio Medina, Texas, calls the boat Blackie's Magic. He's dialed in at a 1074. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. 6 to Midnight, the name of the boat. He's dialed in at a 658. Got a little over a 4-second difference between these boats. Even with a 4-second head start, Blackie got nervous and jumped 32 thousandths of a second too soon. Earns himself a red light, and he's done. Gavin Snyder takes the win and moves to the next round. He ran a 678 with a 6 for a 131-mile-an-hour pass. Next up with a buy run in the second chance in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 110, Ken Jenkins. Quick eliminator, going to be running a 6-second index. Calls the boat Through the Fire. Modified eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Pro eliminator, pro modified, excuse me, start warming them up, get ready. Pro modified, warm them up, get ready. Second chance, you'll be up after that. All right, Ken Jenkins making a buy run into the second round of this second chance buyback. 1/10 of a second for a reaction time, and then a little fast at the top end. He dialed in a 6, ran a 596 with a 7 for a 148-mile-an-hour pass. Modified eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified eliminator, ready for you at the in-ramp. Pro mod, start warming them up, get ready. Second chance. You guys will be up right after that. If you need to add fuel or swap anything real fast before you come back around, make it happen. You're about 4 rounds away from being back in the water. Want to send a thanks, or a shout out rather, to all our folks out there at Racer H2O. They're set up a little bit far away from me this time. They've been right on top of me the last couple of races. It's been nice to be able to interact and see what's going on. They feel like they're separated right now, but either way, welcome to the big show. All right, I think that's going to do it for second chance. And we are now into the second round of eliminations. Personal watercraft is up first. All right, here we go. First pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 476, Henry Rogers. Bring me a beer. Watch this out of Cement, Oklahoma. He's dialed at 11.2. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 262 is Radley Miller. They don't have a name yet for that boat. She dialed in at a 13.4. And check this out. On her very first race of the weekend, Matt Miller, she just won again. And she'll be moving to the third round. Dialed in at a 13.44, ran a 13.5. 12 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Henry Rogers, 39 hundredths of a second for his reaction time. Dialed in 11.2, ran an 11.52. And it just was not enough to get the job done. And Radley Miller, on her very first race, has made it to the third round. Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Mod, you guys need to be warmed up, ready to go. Second chance, be standing by. You'll be coming back around pretty quickly. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. All right, here we go. Your next pair for personal watercraft, second round in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 117S is Brendan Lempar. He calls the boat Megalodon, driving for Greg Lempar, and they're dialed in at a 14.75. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 238 is Shelby Hudgens, driving for Jay Hudgens. Catch me if you can. The name of the boat, dialed in at a 15.57. Special thanks going out to Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Roosters Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. Your winner's going to be in the right lane. Boat number 238, Shelby Hudgens. Catch me if you can. 93 thousandths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 15.72 on a 15.57 dial-in. Greg Lampard. .23 hundredths of a second for his reaction time, and then he ran a 14.76, but he got beat on a hole shot, and Shelby Hudgens will take the win. We're in PWC second round. Your next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 19 is Lynn Blackburn. Calls the boat doing time 2. Dialed in at a 1039. Sponsored by Ted Sacco DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stephen MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, S&E Construction, Hugh Gear Collision, and Docks and Boat Rescue. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 004 is Angeli Shaw. Calls the boat Being Bad. Dialed in at a 1365. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. And Angeli Shaw takes the win in the right-hand lane. Dialed in at 1365, ran a 1389 with 52-mile-an-hour pass. 17 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Lynn Blackburn a little slower at both ends of the course. She came off the line just under a quarter of a second and then ran about 2/10 of a second slower than her dial-in, and it just wasn't enough. Angeli Shaw moving to the next round. Modified Eliminator, this is your final call. Modified Eliminator, final call. Pro Modified. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, bring them to the in-ramp. Second chance, start warming them back up. Get ready. Second chance, you guys are back on deck already. Start warming them up. Top Eliminator, be standing by. All right, here comes our first pair for the second round of Stock Eliminator. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 817 is Stephen Russell. They call that one Harry Canary. Dialed in at a 9.6, sponsored by A.E. Shull, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. Special thanks to Rick Gordon and Jimmy Kemp. Cedarbuilt, Pumps by Chop, Back in Black Crew, thanks to the parents. And the VFW and Auxiliary in Willow, California. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 033 is Walter Doolin. Do it again, Doolin. Walter Doolin turned it red by 27 hundredths of a second. And Stephen Russell will be a winner, moving to the next round with the Harry Canary. Uh-oh. Your next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 424. That's going to be Rodney Blackstock. Calls the boat Plum Crazy. He's driving for Al Kirshner. Racing in memory of Max Davis, dialed in at a 9 flat. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 169, Michael Ratliff. Calls that boat Capital Punishment, dialed in at a 9 and 35. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane, Rodney Blackstock. Going to take the win with Plum Crazy. Michael Ratliff jumped early by 86 thousandths of a second. Got himself a red light and the end of his day. And Rodney Blackstock is going to be your winner moving into the third round. Here's your next pair for Stock Eliminator. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 877. That is Justin Stewart, dialed in at a 948 in the boat he calls White Girl. Sponsored by RB Props, Brady Trucking Services, Infamous Brewing, Aquatic Balance Pool Service, JJ Marley Ranch, Ace of Spades Racing. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 80 is Doug Fox, dialed in at a 9-2. He calls the boat Worst Case Scenario. And Doug Fox is going to take the win. Hello. There I am. Doug Fox going to take the win in the right lane, boat number 80. He dialed in a 9.2, ran a 9.24 with 53 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Dustin Stewart dialed in a 9.48 and broke out by 54 thousandths of a second. And that'll do it for him. Doug Fox will be moving to the next round. Walter Doolin be waiting for him there. And the last of our stock eliminators making a bye run into the semifinal round. Going to be Zachary Watson. Calls the boat Chicks Dig It. Dialed in at a 9 flat. Sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. Zachary Watson was 64 thousandths of a second for a reaction time. Ran a little bit fast, 87 thousandths of a second too quick. Ran an 8.91 with a 2 on a 9-second dial-in. But it's a bye run, won't hurt him. Second chance, we're ready for your boats back at the in-ramp, please. Second chance, we're ready for you back at the in-ramp, please. Second chance, we're ready for you back at the in-ramp. Semi-final round for stock eliminator will look like this. Zachary Watson is going to face off against Rodney Blackstock. And Stephen Russell will face off with Doug Fox. And that's going to bring us to modified eliminator. First pair for modified eliminator running on an 8-second index now. In the left lane, the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is your number 1 qualifier, boat number 311. That's going to be Andrew Decker, calls the boat in too deep out of Buckholz, Texas. Sponsored by GNC Machinery, Robert Moore, Easy Tire, CMT Mobile Services, Samantha, Danny, Christine Springer, looking pretty decals. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr., calls the boat Outlaw. Jesse James Jr. going to be your winner in the Outlaw on the right lane. .300ths of a second for a reaction time. And he ran a 8:008 on an 8-second index. That's a nice run right there. Next up in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 157 is going to be James Kemp. He calls the boat Side Chick, sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Skyhand Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Driving for Randy and S.A. Watson in a boat they call High Voltage, sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, All-Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, Mom, Dad, Melanie, and his fiancee Caitlin all helping out. If you are driving a silver VW, looks like maybe a Jetta, Texas license RNM0536, you left your lights on. You probably ought to go over there and turn those off or you're going to be walking home. All right, we got James Kemp and Side Chick in the left lane, Lane McDonald High Voltage in the right. And your winner is going to be in the right-hand lane, Lane McDonald and High Voltage moving to the final round. Both racers broke out. Lane McDonald only broke out by 35 thousandths of a second. James Kemp broke out by 1300ths of a second. And the bigger breakout will take the L. Lane McDonald to be moving into the final round where he will face Jesse James Jr. Second chance, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp, please. Second chance, you guys should be headed to the in-ramp. Boat number 65, boat number 84, boat number 402, boat number 000, boat number 982, boat number 1111, boat number 211, boat number 657, and boat number 110. Those are the boats that should be headed to the ramp for second chance. Top eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, you guys should be standing by. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is boat number 521. That's Rick Blethroad. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, AAA RV. They call the boat Wild Thing. Two big old turbos mounted on the back. Sounds a lot different when it runs. Takes a minute for that thing to spool up. And then you hear it down here at the other end when it releases. That's as close as I get to the sound, but y'all know what I mean. Either way, racing out of Odessa, Texas, making an exhibition run real quick. $172-mile-an-hour pass. 172. He ran a 5:36 with a 9. Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing. All right. Next up in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, right-hand lane is boat number 178. That is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich driving Doug Mayer's Out of Reach machine. That's a Pro Mod. Should run about a 5.6. They're racing out of Round Rock, Texas. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security, Retirement. Special thanks to the whole crew and also to Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding. Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, and Mackenzie all helping out. Another exhibition pass. Oh, never mind. He's running his Pro Mod. What the heck am I doing? I'm losing my marbles is what I'm doing. It is a bye run into the third round for Pro Modified. Yeah. 21 hundredths of a second for a reaction time and ran a 581 on a 5.6 for 153 mile an hour pass. Top eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Quick eliminator, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, you guys are on deck. Top eliminator, ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, you guys are on deck. Be ready. All right, next up in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 115 is going to be Greg Lampard. Calls that boat Anger Management out of Comfort, Texas. Thanks to Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Trailer Hills Sales, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 459. That's going to be Henry Bainey. Calls the boat Don't Blink out of Burton, Texas. Sponsored by Ranch King Trailers, Schaefer Racing Oil, Western Airways, Rick Heidel, American Brick and Stone, Gomez Landscaping, Hunt and Hunt, Central Texas Jet Boats, Roosters Repairs, American Fiberglass Repair, and love ya, Mama Alice. Special thanks to the Naughty Crew. Winner of this race will move on to face Daryl Ehrlich in the semifinal. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane, Greg Lampard and Anger Management, moving to the next round. Henry Bainey broke out by 57 thousandths of a second. Ran a 5:42 with a 2. 5:54 with a 2, excuse me. And that's all it takes. Greg Lampard moved to the next round. Daryl Ehrlich waiting for him. And here comes our last pair for Pro Mod. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 420. That's going to be Terry Kane out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. The boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. He calls it Racing Kane. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 716 is Sean Reed out of Puyallup, Washington. They call that boat Top Secret. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation, his crew, Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, Andrea Kayat. Got 20 seconds on the countdown. Sean Reed, Top Secret in the right lane. Terry Kane, Racing Kane in the left. Pro Modified. Winner moves on, loser goes home. Winner actually gets a bye right into the final round. And your winner, going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be Sean Reed. He ran a 5:62 with a 3, 150-mile-an-hour pass. Not sure what happened with Terry Kane. I heard it pop right about half track, and that was all she wrote. All right, top eliminator. You guys are needed at the in-ramp. Top eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp. We need top eliminator to the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat. Need you guys standing by. Sean Reed now will have a bye run into the final. And Greg Lampard and Daryl Ehrlich will have to face off to see who's going to face him in that final round. We'll see how that goes when we come back around. All right. First pair for second chance in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson. Calls the boat Collusion. He's dialed in at a 9.51. In the Hawkins Battering Golf Cars right lane, boat number 84 is Don Topliff, and the Bullet dialed in at 11.7. Your winner's going to be in the left lane, Dusty Peterson and Collusion moving to the next round. 27 hundredths of a second for reaction time, ran a 997 on a 9.5 dial-in. And that got the job done. Dusty Peterson moving to the next round on the second chance. Top eliminator, your final call, quick eliminator. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you guys warming up? No. Don't be warming up, just be ready. I know, I confused myself. Quick Eliminator, need you guys at the in-ramp. Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, need you warming up and ready. Pro Outlaw, need you guys to grab your gear and be on standby. Here's your next pair. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 211 is Randy Cockrow. Can't get right the name of the boat. He's dialed in at a 6.97. And in the Hawkins Battering Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. Calls that one Happy Hour. He's dialed in at an 8 flat. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane, Stephen Walls and Happy Hour. Moving into the next round. Randy Cockrell turned it red by 85 thousandths of a second. And the damage was done. Stephen Walls moving to the next round for second chance. Quick eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. 6 to midnight. Dialed in at a 6.7. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane. Boat number 110, Ken Jenkins. Dialed in at a 6 flat. Through the Fire, the name of that boat. Gavin Snyder going to take the win in the left-hand lane. Ken Jenkins jumped too soon, turned it red by 24 thousandths of a second, and then ran a 6:13 for 141 mile an hour pass. But Gavin Snyder will get the win with a 7.27 second run on a 6.7 index. That's the way. All right, quick eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp. Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be fueled up. Grab your gear, make sure the plug's in the boat. Get ready. I know y'all hear me say that every once in a while, but it honestly happens. Where somebody will put them in and then they're sitting on the holding rope and all of a sudden they sink. So I figure one extra reminder to put the plug in is probably not a bad idea. All right, here's our next pair for Modified Eliminator. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 000, second chance, sorry. Going to be CD Word, Rockets Red Glare out of San Angelo, Texas. Calls the boat CW Metal, or sponsored by CW Metal Construction. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 402 is Melton Whittlesey. He's dialed in at an 8.3, calls the boat Little Bud. Sponsored by Infamous Brewing. Lakeway Signs, and thanks to his crew chief, Daryl Heston, for all his help. Melton Whittlesey going to get the win in Little Bud in the right-hand lane. We had double red lights, but CD Word red lit by 0.4 of a second. Melton Whittlesey's red light was only 25 thousandths. And there you go. So Melton Whittlesey will move to the next round for the second chance. Quick eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick eliminator. We need your boats. Pro Jet, Pro Comp Flat. Need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Quick eliminator. You guys are running late. Need you at the in-ramp. All right, next up for the second chance going to be Raven Broadway. In the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 65. They call it the Golden Child. He's dialed in at a 10 and 2. And Raven Broadway taking a bye run. Headed into the next round for the second chance buyback. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call. Quick Eliminator, this is your final call. Pro Jet, we need Robert Ledbetter. We need you to come down and make your pass, please, sir. You are cordially invited to the in-ramp. And then Pro Comp Flat, I need your boats to the in-ramp as well. Pro Outlaw, you guys need to be warmed up, please. Second Chance, you guys need to be getting ready. You'll be coming right back around. We got Mallory Carroll, Little More Therapy, boat number 810 in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars right-hand lane. That young lady can drive the heck out of a drag boat, let me just tell y'all. 160 mile an hour pass, 563 on a 5.6 index with 0.07 of a second for a reaction time. That was purty. All right, moving into top eliminator now. In the Superior Audio Sounds left-hand lane is boat number 828. That is Kevin Conklin. Driving for Jim Burns out of Midland, Texas. They call the boat Texas High Risk. It's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Thanks to Bethany and Daniel Lindley, Tap Magic Cutting Oil, Hendrick Motors, the entire crew that always supports us, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated for always supporting us, Universal Equipment Rentals and Sales, and in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, they call the boat Money Well Wasted. That is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. Boat number 494, sponsored by Olson Piling. 7 seconds is the index. Pro Comp Flat, need your votes at the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat, need you at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Second Chance, need you guys to grab your gear. All right, starter call for the lights. Rescue said water looks good. Let's do this thing. 15 seconds on the countdown. George Olson, money well wasted in the right lane. Kevin Conklin, Texas High Risk in the left. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be George Olson. And money well wasted. 0.12 of a second for reaction time. Kevin Conklin just got beat on a reaction time, to be honest. He was a full second behind coming off the line. And there was no chance he was catching up from that. George Olson will be moving to the final. And we're about to find out who he will be racing when we get there. Next pair in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 715 is going to be Jerry Branham. He calls that one Back in Black. Racing out of Tyler, Texas. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 405 is Mr. Matt Miller. They call that one Miller Time out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Came in as the number 1 qualifier, looking to see if he can ride that wave all the way through. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water, Allie, Radley, and Hazel. Radley driving personal watercraft. She's already moved herself forward. Time for Matt to see if he can uphold the family tradition or the family name, whichever one you want. I'm not sure who's letting them through the gates, but there should be no vehicles on the road behind the timing tower. Should be no vehicles coming through there. Boats, if you're headed to the in-ramp or out-ramp, you need to be taking the back road back by the pits. Matt Miller going to take the win in the right-hand lane. He got there pretty quickly. They both broke out. Jerry Branham actually broke out a little bit bigger, 72 thousandths of a second. Matt Miller broke out by 44 thousandths of a second. Matt Miller moving to the next round. So that'll put Matt Miller in the final. And he'll have to race George Olson when he gets there. All right, here we go. Quick eliminator. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 910 is going to be Larry Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. Thanks to his wife, Kim Flores, Tom Garcia, and all the shop boys, the Body Works, and the Good Lord above. They call that boat Hydroclimatic. Pro Outlaw, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp. Second Chance. Need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Personal Watercraft, need you guys standing by. You're on deck. Pro Outlaw to the in-ramp, please. Second Chance, warmed up, ready to go. Personal Watercraft, you guys are on deck. All right, here comes Larry Flotus. He's in that Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane. Hydroclimatic. That's a beautiful machine. If you haven't seen it, you should go back and see it. There's a whole lot of beautiful machines back there. Don't let me single anybody out, but check out this run. 17 hundredths of a second for reaction time. Ran a 6:002 on a 6-second index for a 140-mile-an-hour pass. That will do it. And I know his wife, Kim, and I know darn good well she's in the living room right now jumping around like a crazy woman, scaring the dog and the birds. You know I love you, Kim. We got this. All right, here we go. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 505 is going to be Brody Martin. Calls the boat in the red. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Napa Propane Depot. There we go. Jasper Engines. Would also like to thank Misty Salisbury and Jason Salisbury for helping us out. Racing in lovely memory of James Salisbury. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is Jason Gothard in Texas Red. Sponsored by Buddy Johnson, Steve Pruitt, Travis and Kim Dusick, East Fastline Fabrication, Walls Tractor, Wayman Pitchford, James Brown, Judy Sheffield, FPC Services. 6 seconds is the index. And with the slowest win in history, Brody Martin takes the win. Jason Gothard red lit, turned it red by 62 thousandths of a second, and the damage had been done. All Brody had to do was get down there and break the beam, and he made it happen. Tough luck for Jason Gothard. Nobody wants to go out like that. It's tough when you beat yourself. And hopefully, nothing major for Brody, and he can turn around and come back for the next round. So it'll be Brody Martin and Larry Flotus in the final for Quick Eliminator. right, well, we got a quick minute. We're going to be coming back around to Pro Jet and Pro Comp Flat. But I want to remind you to stop back in the back here in the, I'm calling it vendor row, but stop back and visit some of our vendors, please, if you get the opportunity. All right, here we go. Pro Comp Flat. Little flat bottom boat, whole lot of horsepower, whole lot of fun to watch. This is a dial-in class. Larry Skiro is in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 075. He calls it Flat Nasty. He's dialed in at a 618. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke. Signs across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charlie Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornboom Plumbing, Casaperio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, and Austin Ashland and his wife Julie. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 238 is Vic Fugate. Calls that one Flat Blacked Out, sponsored by Brent Fugate, Tony Hendrick Racing Engines, Two Guys Marine, and David Carroll Racing. He's dialed in at a 675. And your winner is going to be, in the left-hand lane, Larry Skiro and Flat Nasty. 133 mile an hour pass. They both broke out, but Vic Fugate broke out by 67 thousandths of a second, and Larry Skiro only broke out by 17 thousandths of a second, and the win will go to him. Second chance, we're ready for your boats back at the in-ramp, please. Second chance, we're ready for your boats back to the in-ramp, please. All right, here comes your next pair, Procom Flat. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 034, Jeff Luring. They call the boat Nasty Rumors. He's racing out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Thanks to Jay and Lori Crocker. Thank you for all the support. Thanks to Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindman, and his crew chief, Tony Elam. He's dialed at a 605. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, boat number 099 is Dylan Crownover. Driving for Jimmy Kinsey. They call the boat Bad Company 2. Thanks to Grandma and Grandpa, Crownover Fence and Welding, J&M Kinsey Plumbing. He's dialed in at a 653. Here we go. And they both break out. And the win is going to go to Jeff Luring in the left lane. Dylan Crownover broke out by 85 thousandths of a second. Jeff Luring only broke out by 52 thousandths of a second. And that made all the difference right there. Dylan Crownover dialed in a 653, ran a 644 at 120 mile an hour. And Jeff Luring dialed in a 605, ran a 599 with a 7 for 133 mile an hour pass. So your final will be Jeff Loring and Larry Skiro. Second chance. I need you guys at the in-ramp, please. Second chance. Need you guys at the in-ramp. All right, next up, we have our one and only pro jet for the weekend. He came all the way down here from Owasso, Oklahoma. That is Mr. Robert Ledbetter. Calls the boat the Honey Badger. Had some trouble yesterday, 1297. That is not what you would expect to see from these guys. Second chance, need you guys at the in-ramp. Boat number 982, boat number 1111, boat number 657, boat number 402, and boat number 65. Need you guys to the in-ramp, please, for your next round, second chance. Personal watercraft, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Stock Eliminator, be standing by. You're up after that. And then it will be Pro Mod, Pro Eliminator, and back to second chance again. Got 5 seconds to go. Robert Ledbetter, the Honey Badger. Running to the yellow buoy, the 660 line. Nope. Uh-oh. Oof. I don't know what happened with Robert. It kind of revved up and then died, drifted off to the side. That's the one thing about jet boats that you may or may not know. Most of you probably do, but just in case you don't, the jet is the propulsion, but it's also the steering. So once the boat dies, you have no steering left anymore. So whichever way the boat drifts after that, it's just going to go that way, and there's really not a lot you can do. And that's one of the reasons why you see our jet skis and our rescue folks hurrying to get there, to not give him an opportunity to drift into something that's going to do damage. He did drift right over the top of one of our buoys, but again, because it's a jet boat, there's nothing down there to tear up the buoy. Tough luck for not exactly the run he wanted to make. We're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 356 back to the emergency out ramp or in ramp, please. Truck and trailer for boat number 356 back to the emergency in ramp. He might get mad at me for telling the story, but we'll see how it goes. Robert Ledbetter, I just met him the one time yesterday afternoon, but just a super, super nice guy, very humble. He was awful embarrassed because he was the only boat in his class, so he obviously ended up with the #1 qualifier for his class. And He ended up donating the money that he got from that to RESP because he didn't feel like he should get the credit for just being the only boat. But anyways, just that's the kind of guy he is. He did a good job out there, and tough luck for him getting that boat back on the trailer. Not the way he wanted to finish the day for sure. All right, in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, as soon as we get a green course, we're going to have Justin Schmidt. He's going to be taking a bye run right into the final round. He's driving for Robert Lees. 5.2 seconds is on the index, and they call that boat Wildfire. Sponsored by Kager Soil Services, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Sales Midwest, Lake of the Ozark Shootout, Parker's Electric, Gary Sellon Performance, racing in loving memory of Donna Lees. Thanks to Dave Schmidt Trucking for their help as well. All right, starter call for the lights. 23 seconds on the countdown. Justin Schmidt, Wildfire, taking a bye run into the final round, where he will face either Cody Childress or Bill Wire. And trust me, y'all, that run here in just a second going to be a good one. .26 of a second for the reaction time, and ran a 5:17 with a 3 on a 5.2 index for 178 mile an hour. Got there about 26 thousandths of a second too early. Won't hurt him on the bye run. All right, like I said, up now to see who else is going to the final in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 077. That's Cody Childress out of Burleson, Texas. Calls the boat Bad Influence. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmission, TD's Transmission, Galen and Betty Childress. Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, and thanks to Mama Judy. And on the other side, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 1028 is Bill Wire. Calls that boat Alcoholic Behavior. Came into this deal as your number one qualifier. Looking to see if he can take it all the way through. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you to his hard-working crew. These two guys, there's no quit in them. They will push each other. They will run hard. This is guaranteed to be a really fun run to watch. Personal Watercraft, we're ready for your boats for round 3, please. Personal Watercraft, bring them to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, start warming them up. Stock Eliminator, start warming them up for third round. Pro Modified, grab your gear, you guys are on deck. Personal Watercraft, to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, start warming them up. Pro Mod, you're on deck. Don't forget to go back here to the vendor row back behind us. Visit with all of our different vendors. Don't forget Superior Audio Sounds has a raffle going back there for $20. You can get a raffle ticket for a cooler with a Bluetooth Marine sound bar built in, lithium battery, charger, the whole deal comes all together. Pretty sure it's a Yeti if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure, don't quote me on that, but it's the same style of cooler with the sound bar built into it and all that. $1,000 value, $20 a ticket. Gave one away yesterday, giving another one away today. Thank you very much for that. But go back there and see the guys get your raffle tickets. While you're wandering around back there, don't forget to stop at the SDBA merchandise trailer and see Emily. She's got SDBA hats, shirts. She's got official event shirts for the showdown in San Angelo. She's also got racer shirts from Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, Don't Blink, Wild Thing, Miller Time, Anger Management, Little More Therapy, Flat Nasty, Bad Company, Wound Too Tight, Aquaholic, and Through the Fire. Go back there and see Emily. Take a look, see what you got. Here we go. Cody Childress, Bad Influence in the left lane. Bill Wire, Alcoholic Behavior in the right. Hot Show coming down the Liquid quarter mile. Here we go. And your winner is going to be in the left lane. Cody Childress takes the win, moving to the next round. They both had great starts. 0.04 of a second for Cody Childress, 0.05 of a second for Bill Wire. They both broke out, but Cody Childress only broke out by 0.02 of a second, and Bill Wire broke out by 55 thousandths of a second. And that will do it. A couple of 180-ish mile-an-hour passes. I told you they were going to push each other. That one was fun. Cody Childress moving into the final. He'll face Justin Smith when he gets there. Personal Watercraft, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Personal Watercraft, need you at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go for third round. Pro Modified, I need you guys, grab your gear, make sure you got fuel. Get everything ready, you're on deck. After that, it'll be Pro Eliminator, and then we're going to come right back to Second Chance. So you guys be ready as well. All right, next up we got Rick Blethroad. He's in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 521. In a twin-turbo Pro Outlaw that he calls Wild Thing. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. Making an exhibition run. All right, we got 18 seconds on the countdown. Rick Blethroad and Wild Thing going to be coming out of the right lane. That was pretty right there. Ran a 5:22 with a 780-mile-an-hour pass. 21 hundredths of a second for reaction time. That was pretty. Cade Genesek on the line for another license pass. They've been struggling. I'm hoping that they got this thing all figured out. Trying to get up to Pro Modified from Stock Eliminator. They call the boat all or nothing. Stock Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, need you at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, need you guys warmed up and ready to go. Pro Mod, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminator, stand by. All right, capsule's down. Uh-oh. Cade Genesek, you heard the pop right here at the end. Pop the chutes. They're going to go check on him, make sure everything's all right. And they're going to give him his license on that pass. He ran a 6:05. Blew the burst panels out of it. 156 mile an hour pass. There we go. He'll be happy when he gets out ramp. All right, and I believe that's going to bring us back around to second chance. Y'all don't forget, we got top fuel action coming up at about 3 o'clock. Don't go running away. Hey, just a quick announcement real quick. We're getting ready to start back into the second chance. Apparently a couple people in the water down here close to the shoreline someplace. I'm not sure where, but we do need to ask you guys, please stay out of the water while we are racing. Can't have y'all in the water while we're running, please. We know it's hot. We're hot too, I promise. But we cannot have you in the water. It's all about safety at that point. All right, here we go. First pair for the next round of second chance, which I think is round 3. Yeah, going to be round 3. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Dialed in at a 951. He calls that boat Collusion. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, he's got a personal watercraft for competition. Boat number 65 is Raven Broadway, calls it the Golden Child. He's dialed in at a 10-2. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, where strangers become family. Petroflex Oilfield Services, RV Repair Crew. Kent Elliott Roofing, quality since 1966. Hawkins Battery and Golf Carts, your business is our hobby. Miss Matthews, T-shirts and more, bottled up, and Papa with the bald head. So we got Dusty Peterson dialed in at a 951 in the left lane, and Raven Broadway dialed in at a 10-2 in the right. And Dusty Peterson's going to take the win. He was out ahead a little bit, and then he kind of backed off. You could hear him feathering it right there at the end, trying to make sure he didn't break out because he knew that that was going to hurt him. He dialed in a 951, ran a 10.22 with a 1, and that was good enough to get the win. He got him on the hole shot, to be honest. He ran a 95,000th of a second reaction time. Raven Broadway almost 4/10 of a second to get off the line. right, here we go in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. Boat number 402 is Melton Whittlesey. Dialed in at an 8-3, sponsored by Infamous Brewing, Lakeway Signs, and his crew chief, Daryl Heston. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane, Stephen Walls, boat number 1111, Happy Hour, dialed in at an 8:05. Stephen Walls going to take the win in the right lane. Dialed in at 8:05, ran a 8:107 at 109 mile an hour. Melton Whittlesey got there too early. He broke out by 18 thousandths of a second, and that'll take care of it. Stephen Walls will be moving to the next round for second chance. Pro Modified, we are ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for you at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, I need you guys warmed up, ready to go. And then PWC, you guys are on the water right now, but y'all will need to be on deck to be ready to go after that. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Here comes your first pair. Semi-final round, personal watercraft. In the Superior Audio Sounds right left-hand lane, boat number 262, Radley Miller. Dialed in at a 13.6, sponsored by Miller Excavation. Smoke on the Water Drag Boat Races, July 22nd to 24th. Come see where the fast finish first. And in the Hawkins Battery Golf Cars right-hand lane is Shelby Hudgens, boat number 238. They call that one Catch Me If You Can. She's dialed in at a 15.76, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, Rooster Repair, and special thanks to Todd at Magnum Trailers. Radley Miller, her very first race this weekend. On Friday, they didn't even know what the boat was going to run. And so far, she's managed to ride that into a good run. However, she turned it red right now by 12 thousandths of a second, and her good run is over. And your winner is going to be in the right-hand lane. Shelby Hudgens will be moving to the final. Tough luck for Radley, but man, she had a good weekend. So now we should have Angelo Shaw, who's going to be making a bye run into the final, where she will face off against Shelby Hudgens in the next round. She's in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 004. She calls the boat Being Bad. Dialed in at a 13.9. Thanks to Mom, Dad, the Bad Company race team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, Grandpa and Jim, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. Angelo Shaw taking her bye run into the final round for personal watercraft. So apparently y'all saw that in the first round where her boat skipped down at the very middle and then took off, and I thought it was some grand plan that she worked out to make sure she didn't break out. But honestly, what happened is she pulled the kill switch as she was running and did the same thing again right now. You could see her trying to reset that and get herself back in line. She's going to need to figure that out. It'll cost her. But Angelo Shaw taking that by run into the final. Shelby Hudgens will be waiting. And that should bring us around to stock eliminator semifinal round. While we're getting them set, I want to thank our sponsors, making it possible for us to be out here this weekend. Racers Emergency Support Program, WCR Construction, DMP Awnings, RJS Racing Equipment, Fathead Eyewear, Seneco Race Fuels, Extreme Racing Oil and Fuel, Racer H2O, Nitro O2 Outlet, Nitro 2 Outlet, excuse me, RacerDirect.com, RacingJunk.com, and I'll get the rest here in just a minute because now I got a pair of stock eliminators to tell you about. And there in the Superior Audio left-hand lane is Doug Fox, Worst Case Scenario, sponsored by Flying F Farms and dialed in at a 9-3. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right lane is Stephen Russell in the Harry Canary, boat number 817, dialed in at a 945. Sponsored by A.E. Shull, Outlaw Crew, Eagle Motorsports. Special thanks to Rick Gordon and Jimmy Kemp. Cedar Built, Pumps by Chop, and the Back and Back Crew. Stephen Russell jumps too soon and turns it red by almost 12 hundredths of a second. And the damage was done. Your winner's going to be in the left-hand lane. Doug Fox, and Worst Case Scenario is going to be moving to the final. Doug Fox dialed in a 9.3, ran a 9.32 with a an 83 mile an hour pass, 32 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Stephen Russell on the other side dialed in a 9.45, ran a 9.56. But I'm pretty sure he had already seen that red light out of the corner of his eye as he went by. He was right at 12 hundredths of a second too early. All right, let's find out who's going to be on the other side. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 424 is Rodney Blackstock. Calls the boat Plum Crazy, driving for Al Kirshner. Racing in memory of Max Davis. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 1457 is Zachary Watson. Calls that one Chicks Dig It. Sponsored by T-Shirts and More, Central Texas Jets, Anytime Air and Electric, Mills Market, Fishman, and WCR Construction. Zachary Watson came into this deal as the number one qualifier with a 9.003. He'd like to see it through all the way to the end. They're both dialed in at a 9 flat. Well, he's going to get the opportunity. Your number one qualifier just made it into the final round. Zachary Watson is your winner. He dialed in a 9 flat, ran a 9.08 with a 5 for an 86 mile an hour pass. And got Rodney Blackstock on a hole shot, 37 thousandths of a second for Zachary Watson, 17 hundredths of a second for Rodney Blackstock. So Zachary Watson will be moving to the next round. Did we already? And we should be moving, I believe, to Pro Modified. And then I believe we're going to be all the way to final rounds for everybody. Don't forget, we got top fuel action coming up right at about 3 o'clock. All right, back to those sponsors making it possible for us to be here. Marty Logan's House of Color Motorsports, Trinity Racing Ministries, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Diesel Signs and Displays, Spring Creek Marina and Store, Superior Audio, Cookers for Christ, Walls Tractor, Extreme Oil, Petro Communications, and Precision Construction. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the showdown in San Angelo for the Southern Drag Boat Association. And somehow, I don't know exactly what happened there, but somehow Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars did not make it on that list, but you guys have been hearing me call them out all day long. Obviously, they're helping sponsor one of our lanes. Superior Audio Sounds, raffling off a Wet Sounds cooler with Bluetooth Marine soundbar, waterproof deal, lithium battery and charger. It's a $1,000 value, $20 a ticket is what it will cost you. You can go down and see the folks there at Superior Audio Sounds. Also, go back and see some of the rest of our vendors. We got a bunch of them back there. Drag Boat Review is set up. It's in a pretty cool little magazine. They do a digital version as well, I think. I don't know if they're still printing them or not, but either way, you can ask them when you get back there. But they cover all of the drag boat racing associations in the country. Got really good articles in there all the time about cool stuff. San Angelo RVs is back here. Mimi's Busy Bees. Sings My Soul Boutique is back there. Lone Star Ivy Medics, Audio Sound and Window Tinting. Superior Audio Sounds and Window Tinting. West Texas Country Designs and Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. They're all set up back there. If you need a new golf cart, you need to go back there and see those guys. They got a bunch of them parked back there. You could probably take it home today. Don't forget to stop back there and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She's got official event shirts. She's got racer shirts from Liquid Voodoo, Nitro Nuts, Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, Don't Blink, Wild Thing, Miller Time, Anger Management, Little More Therapy, Flat Nasty, Bad Company, Wound Too Tight, Aquaholic, and Through the Fire. She's also got Trinity Racing Ministry shirts. She's got Curtis 500 shirts. They've got hats, stickers, some other stuff over there. Go by and see Emily and pick up your official event t-shirt, maybe pick up a racer shirt while you're at it. If you get the opportunity, you're more than welcome to wander around the pits a little bit. Go back there and take a look. All right, here we go. Mallory Carroll making another exhibition run for us. Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, right-hand lane, boat number 810. Pro modified, runs on a 5.6 index. She races out of Burnett, Texas. Calls the boat a little more therapy. She made a pass a little while ago. Holy moly, that thing was amazing. We got Top Fuel coming back on the water about 3 o'clock. If you missed it this morning, you're going to want to stick around. Oh, we're going to have side-by-side Top Fuel Hydro drag racing right here. Liquid Voodoo made a pass this morning that would knock your socks off. Broke a couple of records. Ran a 249-mile-an-hour pass. It was pretty cool to see. Hey, all you folks out there, Racer H2O, I want to be sure and say hello to you guys again. We're glad you took the time to join in, sitting in your nice, cool, air-conditioned house on your recliner, watching on YouTube. We're not mad at you, though. We're glad you're here. You can find them at racerh2o.com. You can find the link. You can also find them on YouTube. Just search for Racer H2O. They are live streaming all of our events this season. So if you're not coming to Waco in July, you can watch it on the internet. If you're not going to Paris in August, you can watch it on the internet. Hopefully you're coming here in September. Yes, ma'am. That's the way that works right there. 159 mile an hour. Ran a 5.59 with an 8. Mallory Carroll. Pro Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator and Personal Watercraft, start warming them up, get ready. Pro Eliminator, bring them to the in-ramp for final round. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, warm them up and get ready for final round. Modified Eliminator and Top Eliminator, be standing by. Be calling you shortly. Into Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 115 is going to be Greg Lempar. We're going to find out who's going to the final round to face Sean Reed for Pro Mod. Greg Lempar races out of Comfort, Texas. He's won here in San Angelo 5 times, looking to see if he can do it again. Thanks to Jeff Rose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Trailer Hill Sales, and thanks to Jamie and Jerry. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 178 is Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich. Calls the boat out of reach. He's racing for Doug Mader out of Round Rock, Texas. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, Social Security and Retirement. Thanks to the whole crew. Jordan Hayes at Hayes Welding, Waco, Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, and Mackenzie all helping out. 5.6 seconds is the index. Pro modified. Okay. Starter says, let's go yellow. There's 27 seconds on the countdown. Daryl Ehrlich in out of reach on the right lane. Greg Lempar, anger management in the left. Winner goes to the final round where Sean Reed will be waiting. Looked like Daryl Ehrlich lost the blower belt right about half track. And that was all she wrote. Greg Lempar be a winner. Ran a 5.62 with a 1 on a 5.6 index for 161 mile an hour pass. 11 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. Daryl had a great light 61 thousandths of a second. Everything was looking right, and then that blower belt went, woo! That was the sound it made. Y'all just couldn't hear it because you weren't close enough. Woo! All right, so Greg Lempar will move to the final round. Right now, we're going to watch Sean Reed take his bye run into the final. Boat number 716, they call it Top Secret. They came all the way down from Puyallup, Washington. That boat is a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation. Thanks to his crew, Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, Andrea Kayat. Personal Watercraft, Stock Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp for final round. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, we're ready for you guys for final round. Modified Eliminator, Top Eliminator, start warming them up. Second Chance and Quick Eliminator, grab your gear and be ready. Personal Watercraft and Stock Eliminator, need you guys to the in-ramp for final round. Modified Eliminator, Top Eliminator, need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Second Chance and Quick Eliminator. Need you guys, grab your gear, be ready to go. Be calling you shortly. So, little bit of a delay while we get Daryl Ehrlich towed out of there. I didn't even realize they were still sitting there. I was looking at paperwork up here, but apparently could not get the capsule open. So he's kind of stuck in there in that little bubble, hoping somebody would get him out. They got it open, got him out of there. We're good to go. Get him towed back to the out ramp, get that boat back to the trailer, and work on it again, see if they can have it ready for Waco. I bet they will. I know Doug Mader, he don't stop. He'll just keep plugging away. I'm pretty sure we celebrated at our awards banquet this year that Doug Mader was celebrating 50 years being involved in drag boat racing. That's his boat out there. I guarantee he's going to put some work into it, make it work. Those guys, you've seen them in their capsules. You may or may not already know, but inside there, there's like a whole little roll cage. Driver's set down in this little tiny spot, kind of squished in there. Got his helmet, obviously. Their helmets all have a breathing apparatus built into them. They've got a bottle of breathing air down there so that if by chance that boat were to go under or the capsule were to go into the water, they have air to breathe until rescue can get to them. And you see these rescue boats, they got these winches mounted on them. That whole thing is designed to run out, reach out, grab the hook on top of that capsule and pull it back up onto the rescue boat so that they can get to those drivers and take care of them in the event of an emergency. So that's kind of how that all works, but they're just kind of encapsulated in a little steel shell inside a little box with some flotation material attached to it to try and keep it upright if it floats in the water. Sean Reed, 20 seconds on the countdown, top secret. He's in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, taking his Pro Mod by-run into the final round, where Greg Lampard will be waiting anxiously to see what he can do about making that go all the way. All right, turned it red by 4 thousandths of a second and ran a 5:56 with a 7. Actually too fast at both ends. He broke out by 32 thousandths of a second for a 164 mile an hour pass. I was talking a little bit ago about the raffle for the cooler with the Bluetooth soundbar built into it and whatever. They tell me they got 13 tickets left. As soon as they get those 13 sold, we're going to have a drawing. You got an extra 20 just burning a hole in your pocket, take it back there. Buy yourself a ticket. You never know. You might go home with a $1,000 cooler. We should be coming around to the Pro Eliminator Final. I believe they're down there. Should be Ty Bolweg, Chad Cupid. We'll get those guys on the lane and then we'll be ready to go. Sound like the fueler's firing up down there, getting warmed up. All righty. Hey, while I'm talking about raffle tickets, don't forget to see the ladies here at RASP. They're going to be raffling off a Yeti 110 cooler. The raffle will actually be held in Bakersfield, California at the NJBA final race on November 19th. You don't have to be there, though. They will figure that out and make arrangements with you to get the cooler to you. And if you don't know, RESP is actually an organization that was established to provide support services for any of our racers, their crews, anybody that might need assistance during one of these races. If there's an incident or something happens, they're right there ready to provide help as much as possible and do whatever they can. It's definitely a worthwhile cause, but they're completely funded by donations and memberships and raffles and things like that. So, man, if you got a little extra money in your pocket, they're $5 a piece for those tickets. Go back there and get that done. Racers and crews, even the SDBA staff, if you guys haven't membered up yet, I strongly recommend it. Go get membered up. All right, modified eliminator and top eliminator. We're ready for you guys at the in-ramp now. Modified eliminator and top eliminator. I'm ready for you for final round. Second chance and quick eliminator. Start warming them up. Get ready. Modified eliminator and top eliminator. Ready for you guys for second round. Second chance and quick eliminator. Need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. Need you guys standing by. Get your gear. Make sure you got fuel in the boat. Here we go, personal watercraft, Shelby Hudgens, Catch Me If You Can, sponsored by Magnum Trailers, American Fiberglass Repair, and Roosters Repair. She's in the left lane. The right lane is Angelo Shaw, sponsored by Mom, Dad, the Bad Company Race Team, Crown Over Fence and Welding, the Sherwood family, and Luke's Paving. She was in the right lane. And your winner for the final, going to be Shelby Hudgens in the left lane. Takes the win with a 15.80 on a 15.75 dial-in with a 46-mile-an-hour pass. Angelo Shaw broke out by 31 thousandths of a second. And the win will go to Shelby Hudgens. So we are up to final rounds for every single class now. We just ran personal watercraft. Stock eliminator is in the lanes. Actually, pro eliminator is in the lanes. On a 6.5 index, Chad Cupid came into this thing your number one qualifier. Ty Bolwig came in number 2. And they are facing off against each other for the final. Boat number 465 is in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane. That is Chad Cupid. Calls the boat Warpath out of Broken Bow, Oklahoma. It's a DeMarco powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Allen's Welding, Kinda Sharp Vinyl Graphics, Moonlit Mountain Cabins, and Outlaw Boat Races. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 895K, going to be Mr. Ty Bolwig, High Plains Drifter, the name of the machine. It's a watercraft hydro with a Keith Black Chevrolet for power. Sponsored by Bolwig Electric and Refrigeration, Wicks Truck Trailers of Kansas City. Countdown is running. There's 25 seconds. And then we're going to find out about 5 or 6 seconds after that who your Pro Eliminator winner is for the showdown in San Angelo. Five seconds to go. Here we go. Ty Bolwig makes a clean run, and he'll take your win in the right-hand lane. Chad Copit got off just a hair slow. He came off 0.2 of a second slower from the start line and then broke out by 7 thousandths just trying to make up the difference. And Ty Bolwig will be your winner. 671, woo, he says. 671 with a 5 on a 6.5 index. Ran a 120-mile-an-hour pass. 12 hundredths of a second for a reaction time, and that's exactly what he needed to take home the win. If you just bought a Coolio container cup, which I'm assuming came from one of the vendors back here, I don't remember which one is selling these cups, but anyway, if you just bought one and you get back to your pit and you realize it's gone, I might have it up here at the in-ramp or at the timing tower. Come up and let me know. All right, stock eliminator final. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 80 is Doug Fox. Calls that one worst case scenario. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars left lane, and your winner's going to be in that right-hand lane. It's going to be Zachary Watson and Chicks Daggett. Doug Fox. I don't know what happened, but apparently nothing was right. Something wasn't right. He launched good, had a great start, but just after that, that was it. Kind of coasted it down the lane. Want to make sure nothing gets broke worse than it is. Hopefully it's nothing major. Quick and easy fix, and we'll see him back in in Waco. So Zachary Watson will be your winner for Stock Eliminator. our pro Ted back in the lane. He's in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 356. All the way down from Owasso, Oklahoma. Calls that boat the Honey Badger. All right, he got turned a little sideways on the line by the wind. And like I said, these jet boats, the steering is also the jet. So if they're a little bit off center, that could sure make a mess. He got it recentered. Restarted the tree. Here we go. Sounded almost like it hit the rev limiter and then never shifted, or it shifted late. All right, second chance and quick eliminator. I need your boats to the in-ramp, please, for final round. Second chance and quick eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp for second round. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. Need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod. Need you guys to grab your gear and be ready. Second chance and quick eliminator. He left way too early and we didn't get a time on that, but it was an exhibition run anyway. He did run 119 mile an hour through the 660 trap. Second chance and quick eliminator. Need you guys at the in-ramp for final round. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. Need you guys warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, grab your gear and be ready. In fact, you know what? Pro Mod, just go ahead and get warmed up. Pro Comp Flat, Pro Outlaw, and Pro Modified. Go ahead and get them warmed up. Hey, if you went up there to buy a raffle ticket for the Wet Sounds Cooler and they told you they were shut down, they actually have a few more tickets. So they said if you came over there and talked to them, come back. And if you still want to go buy a ticket, or if somebody else wants to buy a ticket, come on down. He's got a few more he's willing to sell. So first come, first serve. Get yourself down there, buy some tickets. We're going to have that drawing here in just a little bit. All right, we got Rick Blethroad back out there. The pro outlaw with twin turbos out of Odessa, Texas. They call that thing Wild Thing. Sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, AAA RV. That thing sure is fun to watch. Ran a 5:27 on a 5.2 index, 176 mile an hour pass. All right, here comes our final for modified eliminator on an 8-second index. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 794 is Lane McDonald. Calls the boat High Voltage. Driving for Randy and S.A. Watson. Sponsored by Bloomer Trailers, All-Tex Welding, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Tim Ortiz, Pat SWAT Speed Marine, George Olson, mom, dad, Melanie, and his fiancee, Caitlin. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, right-hand lane is boat number 517, Jesse James Jr. out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Outlaw, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports, and JCD. 8 seconds is the index. 3, 2, 1, go. Your winner's going to be in the right-hand lane. It's going to be Jesse James Jr. I started to say Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars. They win too. Jesse James Jr. going to be your winner in the Outlaw. Ran an 8:03 with a 1 with 7/100ths of a second for a reaction time. Lane McDonald off the line in 1800ths and then pushed too hard to get to the other end. Ran a 7:98 on that 8-second index and broke out by 19,000ths of a second. And Jesse James Jr. going to take the win for Modified Eliminator. And that's going to bring us to our top eliminator final. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 405. That's going to be Matt Miller. He calls the boat Miller Time, racing out of El Reno, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Miller Excavation, Huffman Performance, Smoke on the Water. And thanks to Allie, Radley, and Hazel for all their help. He comes in as your number 1 qualifier with a 7:006. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 494 is George Olson out of Galveston, Texas. He calls his boat Money Well Wasted. Comes in as the number 3 qualifier with a 7:08. Sponsored by Olson Piling. We're going to find out who the winner is here momentarily. All right, they started the lights. We got 22 seconds on the countdown. Matt Miller and Miller Time in the left lane. George Olson, Money Well Wasted in the right. Top eliminator final on a 7-second index. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Comp Flat and Pro Outlaw. Need your boats to the in-ramp. George Olson going to take the win, excuse me, in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane. Both drivers broke out, but Matt Miller broke out by 16/100ths of a second, and George Olson only broke out by 42,000ths of a second. The win will go to him, and there you go. George Olson, your winner for Top Eliminator. Okay, here we go. Final round for the second chance buyback. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson. Made the long trip over from Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Collusion. He's dialed in at a 9.51. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 1111 is Stephen Walls. He's dialed in at an 8:05 in a boat called Happy Hour, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Walls Tractor Repair, Buddy E.S. Johnson, Joe Yarbrough, FBC Services. What? What? Hang on just a second. All right, so we did not get our staggered start, so we're going to need to bring Stephen Walls and Dusty Peterson back around to run that final again. Stephen Walls and Dusty Peterson, we need those boats back around, please, to run your final again. All right, never mind. On the rerun, Dusty Peterson is your winner. We had a red light in the right lane by 68 thousandths of a second. And Dusty Peterson and Collusion going to be your winner for the second chance. looks like we're pulling our quick eliminator final out. Looks like they're putting Larry Flores in that right-hand lane. Brody Martin is supposed to be the competitor in the quick eliminator final. His boat is broken. He will be unable to make the start, so Larry Flores taking a competition single run into the win. He calls the boat hydroclimatic all the way over from Las Cruces, New Mexico. Came in as the number 2 qualifier with a 6:04. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines. Pine Top Construction, thanks to his wife Kim Flores. Special thanks to Tom Garcia and all the shop boys, the Body Works, and the good Lord above. 6 seconds is the index, and there is 6 seconds to go on the countdown. He turned it red by 25 hundredths of a second, but it won't matter. Ran another 6:04, 6:04 with an 8 for 146 mile-an-hour pass. And Larry Flores is your winner for Quick Eliminator. All right, so we should be up to Pro Comp Flat for the final. Then we got Pro Outlaw. We still got Top Fuel Hydros headed that way. And Pro Modified. Okay, here we go. For Pro Comp Flat. Lined up in the Superior Audio Sounds left lane is boat number 075. That's going to be Larry Skiro. He's dialed in at a 914. Calls the boat Flat Nasty, racing out of Highland Haven, Texas. Sponsored by Blue Water Irrigation and Landscape, John and Pat Heineke, Signs Across Texas, Joey Witterberg Construction, Charla Cormier with EXP Realty, Triple C Liquor, Four Season Ranch, D&J Construction, Thornbloom Plumbing, Casaperio Equipment, Highland Lakes Watercraft, Thomas Mustang Lube, Houston Heat Treat, Chris Osborne, Austin Ashland, and his wife Julie. And in the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, going to be boat number 034. That is Jeff Loring, Nasty Rumors out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Your number 1 qualifier. He's dialed in at a 6 flat, thanks to Jay and Lori Crocker. and Jerry and Jessica Hardwick for all the support, Jeff Lindeman and his crew chief Tony Elam for all the help. Here we go. And it was clean. Jeff Loring going to take the win. He dialed in at a 6 flat, ran a 6:06. 129 mile an hour pass, 18 hundredths of a second for a reaction time. And he'll be holding that trophy in his lap all the way back to Los Alamos. That's a brand new boat for them this season. That sounds a whole lot like a fuel boat to me. Warming them up, getting ready to bring them to the in-ramp. Gonna have side-by-side top fuel hydro action in moments. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be loud. Nitro Nuts just went by down the road. So that must have been Voodoo back there firing up. They'll bring that one down here in just a little bit. Pro Modified. Go ahead and bring those boats to the in-ramp if you can, please. Pro Mod, go ahead and bring them to the in-ramp if you can. We had one of our top fuel guys go by right now. Liquid Voodoo was warming up momentarily. You could hear that. So we'll have top fuel hydro final coming up shortly. We still have Pro Outlaw, Pro Modified, and top fuel hydro. All three of those classes are super exciting. All three of them a whole lot of fun to watch. Don't walk away yet. All right, we got our Pro Outlaw final right now. In the Superior Audio Sounds left lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress. That big, beautiful green machine down there comes out of Burleson, Texas. They call it Bad Influence. Sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmission, TD's Transmission, Galen Embedded Childress, Ken Jenkins, special thanks to his wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely, and thanks to Mama Judy. 5.2 seconds is the index for Pro Outlaw. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane, boat number 103 is going to be Justin Schmidt. He's driving for Robert Lees. They call that boat Wildfire, sponsored by Kager Soil Service, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Sales Midwest, Lake of the Ozarks Shootout, Parker's Electric, Gary Sellon Performance, Dave Schmidt Trucking, and Racing in loving memory of Donna Lees. Cody Childress comes in as your number 3 qualifier. Justin Schmidt comes in number 6. They both made it to the final. And here in a matter of minutes, we're going to find out who's going to take the whole deal home. All right. Starter says, let's do this. There's 30 seconds on the countdown. Cody Childress, Bad Influence. In the left lane, Justin Schmidt and Wildfire. Lined up in the right. 5.2 seconds is the index. Pro Outlaw final. 10 seconds to go. Cody Childress jumps and turns it red by 1/10 of a second, and Justin Schmidt is your winner. They both ran a 5:21. Justin Schmidt ran 177-mile-an-hour pass. Cody Childress 173. But Cody Childress turned it red by 1/10 of a second, and Justin Schmidt will take the win for Pro Outlaw. And that leaves us with 2. We've got a Pro Mod final. We've got a Top Fuel Hydro final. And the showdown in San Angelo is in the books. While we're waiting for those guys to get down there. All right. So what I was going to say is we're almost done. We got a couple of runs left. Don't run away. They're going to be pretty friggin' amazing runs. So don't go anywhere. But tell you about the rest of our season and how it looks right now. On July 16 and 17, we are going to be in Waco, Texas. Y'all come on over. And then in August, if you feel like making a trip, we're going to be all the way up in Paris, Texas. That race will be on the 13th and 14th. September, we're right back here at Lake Nasworthy in San Angelo. September 23rd, 24th, and 25th, that will be our season finale. And we are super stoked to be bringing that back to San Angelo. And then, if you really feel like a road trip, October 22nd and 23rd, we're going to take this road show all the way over to Parker, Arizona, it looks like, and we're going to race over there. And then we've got the Drag Boat Nationals. At Wild Horse Raceway in Chandler, Arizona. We'll be there November 4th, 5th, and 6th. So that is the rest of our schedule. If you can't remember it or you didn't bring a pen, I don't know what's wrong with you, but why you don't have a pen while you're sitting at the lake. But if you didn't bring a pen and you just want to figure that out later, you can go to our website, SDBA Racing, SDBARacing.com on the World Wide Web. You can see our schedule for the year. You can look at point standings. There's racer profiles on there. There's all kinds of information available on our website. Go by and check it out. Also, if you have any social media, give us a follow on Facebook. Southern Drag Boat Association will get it for you. And you can give us a follow on Facebook, get all kinds of updates and information. Lots of good stuff goes through that Facebook page. Well, we got a quick break in the action. Don't forget to swing back here behind us and check in with some of our vendors. We got Hawkins Golf Carts down at the end. We got West Texas Country Designs, Supreme Audio Sounds and Window Tinting, Lone Star IV Medics, Sings My Soul Boutique, Mimi's Busy Bees, San Angelo RVs, and then Drag Boat Review is set up back there as well. Go by and visit with them, see what they have to offer. While you're at the Drag Boat Review trailer, you can pick up your raffle tickets for the Yeti 110 cooler. They're going to be raffling that off at the NJBA race final, which will be November 14th, I believe. November 19th, rather, in Bakersfield, California. You don't have to make that trip to go get the cooler, though. They'll get it back to you. And then also, while you're back there, stop in at Supreme Audio and Sounds and pick yourself up a raffle ticket for that Wet Sounds cooler, Bluetooth marine soundbar, lithium battery charger, things worth $1,000. You can pick up a raffle ticket back there. He's still got a few left. Don't forget to stop at the SDBA merchandise trailer and pick up your official event shirt if you haven't done that already. And while you're there, they have SDBA hats, they have flat brim and curved brim. They have t-shirts, they have the event shirts, they have some tank tops and whatnot. They also have a whole bunch of our racers shirts. They've got shirts from Nitro Nuts and Liquid Voodoo. They've got shirts from Chicks Dig It, Whiskey Tango, Don't Blink, Wild Thing, Miller Time, Anger Management, Flat Nasty, the Skiro guys right here. You can get one of his shirts. Look, they're bright yellow too. They'll shine out wherever you're at. Little More Therapy, Bad Company, Wound Too Tight, Aquaholic, Through the Fire. They've also got Trinity Racing Ministry shirts and Curtis 500 shirts. So stop by and see Emily back there at the SDBA merchandise trailer. She'll get you hooked up. Also, while I got a minute, I want to send a huge shout out and thank you to both of our rescue crews out here, Jimmy Todd and all of his folks. I don't even know all their names. I can't get them right, so I'm not even going to try. But those guys, top notch, and they get the job done. They got EMTs out there. They got divers out there. They've got firefighters out there. They're ready to handle whatever might happen. They're ready and willing and able to get it done. So a big old huge thank you to SDBA Rescue for all they do. Big thank you to all the rest of the folks out here. Johnny Love helping work on the crack, Craig, all the ladies up here with me in the timing area, Liz and Luna and Laura and Jackie and Tanya, wherever she went. Stacy out there working in the sun, handling registration duties. I know I'm missing people, I'm sorry, but everybody. Gary out there on the start line. Terry and all of her crew at the out ramp. All of those folks been working hard, keeping this thing run smooth. I appreciate every bit of their effort. They put a lot of work into it. Our jet ski guys, they've been out there pulling boats in and out of the ramps all day long. All right, so, and hey, while I got a minute, I want to also send out a big old thank you to all the folks at Racer H2O. Hopefully you stuck with us through the whole day. But if you're just joining us for whatever reason, we got Top Fuel Hydro on deck. We're going to be running their final here momentarily. We got Pro Mod before that. We'll be running their final as well. But thank you guys for joining in with us. We're super excited to be paired up with Racer H2O. They're live streaming all of our races this season. And we're super excited to be able to bring that to everybody out in the world on the internet. All right, so give us just a second. Let us get everybody in position, and we'll get this Pro Mod final done, and then we'll get that Top Fuel Hydro. So I just found out that there are 10 tickets left for the Wet Sounds Cooler. Go back here to Superior Audio Sounds, get your tickets. They got 10 left. They're going to do the drawing right after Top Fuel. $20. $20 a ticket. It's a $1,000 cooler. Got a waterproof Bluetooth marine soundbar built into it, lithium battery pack, charger. It's a $1,000 value, $20 ticket. All right, so the Pro Mod boats are splashing right now. They'll be up on the line here very shortly. Got our Pro Mods in the water. In the Superior Audio Sounds left-hand lane is boat number 115S. That is Greg Lempar out of Comfort, Texas. He has won in San Angelo 5 times. Looking to see if he can make it number 6. Sponsored by the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Roast, Jeff Trailer Hills Sales. Thanks for Jamie and Jerry for all their help. Calls the boat Anger Management. In the Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars right-hand lane is Mr. Sean Reed. He calls that boat Top Secret. Boat number 716 came all the way down from Puyallup, Washington. That's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. 4-time championship in Pro Mod. Pro Driver of the Year. 4 CDVA championships up in Oregon. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, Hughes Oilfield Transportation. His crew is Steve Sparks, Billy Mendiola, Andrea Kayat. All right, here we go. 20 seconds on the countdown. Greg Lempar and Anger Management in the left lane. Sean Reed, Top Secret in the right. Pro Modified Final. We started with 9. We're down to 2. We're about to be down to 1. Sean Reed pushed it too hard and broke out by 61 thousandths of a second. And Greg Lempar is going to be your winner. 59 thousandths of a second for his reaction time. Ran a 6:02 with a 4. Sean Reed came off the line in 2/10 of a second. And then got carried away trying to get to the other end and get there in time. And he broke out by 61 thousandths. And Greg Lempar will be your winner. All right. We got one more run to make. Top Fuel Hydro. Okay, so we are waiting real quick. We're looking for Top Fuel Hydro. They're on their way, just not quite there yet. Take a couple of minutes, go back, visit with some of our vendors. These folks been sitting out here in the heat. Looking to sell some stuff. Be nice if people would just go back there and hang out with them. There is food vendors down by the store, the cantina. The marina. They are selling ice cream and snow cones. They also have food if you want some. And if you get back into the pit area to go take a look at some of those machines, Big Baron's Top End Grub, I don't know if he's still got any or not, but earlier he came and told me he's got hot dogs and hamburgers and what's up. So you can go back here and get some of that. You can also still go up and see Emily at the SDBA merchandise trailer. They have SDBA shirts. They have the event shirts from this event. They have SDBA hats. They got tank tops, all kinds of stuff over there. Go by and check it out. They also have shirts from our racers and our race teams. So they have shirts over there from Through the Fire, Aquaholic, Round Too Tight, Bad Company, Flat Nasty, Little More Therapy, Anger Management, Miller Time, Wild Thing, Don't Blink, Whiskey Tango, Chicks Dig It, Nitro Nuts, and Liquid Voodoo. Some really cool shirts back there. So go on back, talk to Emily, see what she's got. You never know. It might be something back there you just got to have. We have had a heck of a time here in San Angelo, putting on the showdown in San Angelo, and we appreciate the hospitality and the welcome. Had a concert last night, some great music. Good time was had by everybody. Y'all definitely brought the heat, though. Woo! It was toasty here yesterday, even more toasty on Friday. Today hasn't been too bad. And there's clouds building, so maybe, you never know. Either way, it's been a great weekend in San Angelo, and we appreciate y'all welcoming us to your community and letting us come out here and put on a show for you. We're going to be in Waco, July 16th and 17th. Also on July 16th at the Waco race, we will be doing a memorial service for Max Davis, one of our long-standing race community members, passed away earlier this year from cancer. And we're just happy to do that and give him a little bit of the honor he deserves as we move forward with continuing to race. A lot of these racers racing in his honor. And then we'll be in Paris, Texas in August. And then we're right back here to San Angelo in September for our season final. And that's going to be super cool. We're bringing Top Fuel back with us again. They will be here. So please come hang out with us. If you enjoyed the show, we would definitely love to see your faces again. Come on back out and hang out with us again in September. Want to thank the folks from Racer H2O and all the folks who took the time to log in to Racer H2O. We partnered up with them this year. They're going to live stream every one of our races online. You can go to racerh2o.com and find a link to the stream, or you can go to YouTube and just do a search for Racer H2O. You can actually watch previous races on their YouTube page as well. So if you weren't here this morning, you didn't get to see the Top Fuel runs and you want to do it, come on out, go look on there and see. Also, don't forget to come back here and visit with the folks at Drag Boat Review. Maybe look at getting a subscription. How much are they? Subscriptions. So it's $30 for a year and $58 for 2 years. And what is the digital version, or is there one? It's all paper. They'll mail that thing to your house, give you something to read. And they cover all of the racing associations, drag boat racing associations across the country. So you can get information from all of the other organizations out there, ADBA, SDBA, KDBA, NJBA, CDBA, there's a ton of them. And you can get information from all of them. So yeah, come over and see them. Get yourself a subscription, get that delivered to your home. You can read up on what's going on in the world of drag boat racing. You can also, I believe, subscribe online, correct? Yep, so you can go to their website, which is dragboatreview.com. Also, if you give them a follow on Facebook, I follow them on Facebook, and you get a lot of great information that way as well, by the way. And just do a search for Drag Boat Review on Facebook. You can find them on there. And they actually, if you go back just a hair, they've got a schedule for all of the races across the whole country for the year is posted on their Facebook page. I think it's probably on their website too. But by all means, go take a look at that. If you just happen to be traveling, you want to maybe catch a race or two around the country while you're doing it, they have all of that available on their website. So give that a look, see what happens. While you're back there, go talk to the girls from RESP. They provide support services for any of our racers that might have an incident, any of their crew, anybody that might have an issue. They provide support services for them, basically just helping them with whatever they can, whatever they need. It's an amazing service. I've seen them in action several times, and they absolutely worthwhile. I membered up, and I'm not even a racer. I just stand up here and talk all day. But they are a nonprofit. They are 100% membership and donation funded. So if you haven't membered up yet, you might think about doing that. If you got a little money you want to make a donation, go back there and see them, talk to them, find out about that. You can make some donations. There's Mallory. All right, let me see, where was I? I was talking about RESP. Go ahead and member up with those guys. Talk to them about maybe making a donation. They're also doing a silent auction or a, hang on, let me find that flyer so I don't mess that up. Yeah, a silent auction at the Waco race. They're still taking donations for items. You can leave those with Beverly Stokes at Drag Boat Review. You can also see Dewana or Laura and donate those items. If you have items that you want to donate for that silent auction, that'll be held in July in Waco. All right, I know I got some little kids around here. Jay, I'm going to have you help me because I don't know who's where. Well, I got people on both sides of me. So, we got little kids running around here someplace. Mallory Carroll just donated 2 kids' t-shirts, somebody that can answer questions. So, Jay, if you'll go watch that side, see somebody raise their hand, we'll figure out who can do what. Hey, well, no, I know. I got a question, though. You got to answer it correctly. So the question is, I talked about this earlier when Mallory Carroll was running. How long has that young lady been racing? Anybody remember? I need a kid. What do you got? 18 years. Yes, ma'am. Hang tight right here. Don't run away. I got one more question for the kids in the group again. Somebody tell me what Mallory Carroll's boat number is. Anybody down there? Any of my little kids? Jay, you got anybody on your side? Somebody. Somebody guessed 118. That was not right. Who do we got? Little kids. Somebody come give me the answer. We need to know what boat number Mallory Carroll drives. You stay here because I got to get you over there to get your shirt. Anybody else? All right, we'll try this one then. Little guys, little gals, anybody, tell me what class she drives in. Somebody can do that. Pro Mod, there you go. Come here. We got 2. Thanks, Jake. All right, here's what you do. Thank you, Mallory Carroll, for doing that. That's super cool. I think we're ready to do the drawing for the Wet Sounds Cooler. I'm going to ask somebody else to draw. David, will you draw out of that box? Draw us a card out of there. Let's see what we get. Y'all get those tickets. We're going to see who wins. Kind of hoping it's me, but we'll see. Nope, it's not me. Oh, well, I tried. All right, looks like it's going to be Ishmael Hernandez. Whoever it is got the 9 of hearts. Come on up here to the timing tower. You can claim your cooler. I think it's Ishmael Hernandez, but anyway, it's the 9 of hearts. Come on up here, claim your cooler. Liz up here is all bummed out. She had the 10 of hearts. Hey, we really appreciate you doing that, man. That's super cool. Thank you. It's awesome. I want to take just another. Still waiting just a little bit for Top Fuel. We got one of them down there. We're waiting on the other one. Tell you real quick about our sponsors and tell them all a huge thank you from the Southern Drag Boat Association. Want to thank Racers Emergency Support Program, WCR Construction, DMPE Awnings, RJS Racing Equipment, Fathead Eyewear, Sunoco Race Fuels, Extreme Racing Oil and Fuel, Racer H2O, Nitro 2 Outlet, RacerDirect.com, RacingJunk.com, Marty Logan's House of Color Motorsports, Trinity Racing Ministries, Pat Kinsey Drywall. There's Voodoo fired up. Diesel Signs and Displays, Spring Creek, Superior Audio and Window Tinting, Cookers for Christ, Walls Tractor, Extreme Oil, Petro Communications, and Precision Construction. There you go. Yeah. Hopefully they're good to go. Liquid Voodoo all fired up.